I see a button here that says share my screen. I'm guessing that might have something to do with that.
Well, when it's time to, why don't you hit that now?
Okay. Rolling the dice here.
In the meantime, it is 5:30 p.m. I'd like to welcome you to the June 24th work session. And as usual, you have many choices that you could be doing, and we are very excited to have all of you tune in and see the wonderful things we're doing in our district. And the first thing I'm going to do tonight is mention that Director Bettinger is going to be on, but she's kind of closed out her screen. If anybody's curious about that, she had surgery today on a
Yesterday.
yesterday, excuse me, on a second hip surgery, and she's just kind of with us tonight, thank goodness, and had good surgery. So now I'd like to call on Dr. Watts to introduce Executive Director Ben Rarick to begin the presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Hamada, members of the board, staff, Ms. Halley, and community members. First of all, I want to thank our team, the entire Team KSD, for their hard and smart work in preparation for our budget planning work session number 3 this afternoon. We know that our investments that we make from our general public to the human resources that support the teaching and learning that takes place in Kent School District do not come without a cost. And that has to be our investment in our children, our staff, and our community. Today, I will introduce Mr. Ben Rarick, Executive Director for Budget and Finance, to present our budget planning work session 2020-21. Ben, floor is yours.
Wonderful. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Yes.
Did I share my screen successfully?
Yes.
Okay,
2 for
great.
2. Yes.
I'm 2 for 2. Okay.
go.
Well, it's nice to be with you this evening. This is the 3rd of a series. It's actually technically the 4th work session that we had. If you may recall, we had one at the very beginning that we called the Budget 101. That was kind of just a ground up primer on how the thing all works. But here we're now at number 3, and the purpose. There we go. Have a few goals for this evening. In addition to answering your questions, I want to review some of the highlights of the initial proposed budget. So the way that the presentation is structured is that the first half have a series of data tables and slides.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you say it again, please?
That was Siri. So the first part of the presentation has a bunch of data tables, and I'll move briskly through those. Some of the conversational slides are more towards the end. And it's there where I start to talk about some of the COVID budget considerations. So the last time that we convened as a group, the board asked for, some thought given to contingency planning as we prepare for a school year that has many unknowns. Then we will kind of circle back to the work we did very early on when we talked about board member priorities, and made the effort to try to show select examples of how the investments in this budget align with those priorities. It's obviously not an exhaustive list, but it will be an example list. And then finally recap some of the timelines. And you'll see in the bottom right-hand corner of that slide that I've provided some links to some of the previous work sessions, just so if you ever wanted to go back, you could. Okay. There's a few data tables that I'll be working you through here, and you've seen these many times before. The first is to just show for this budget our revenue sources by individual type. And I would say that the thing that's noteworthy in our journey with the Kent School District budget is that, as you see this slide, the the green and the orange portions of this pie have grown progressively larger as time has gone on, right? As the state has stepped up and taken a more significant role in funding schools, but also simultaneously restricted some of the blue. But what's very noteworthy about this year is that we were fortunate to have the Kent voters approve our levy. And so we are seeing some growth in the blue as well. Okay. Now looking at the expenditure side, this is the total budget represented by object. Sometimes we anecdotally start our board work sessions by saying that 85% of budgets is salary and compensation related items. And so we're actually specifically at 83.8%, which would be taking the light blue, the dark blue, and the green in the pie chart. Just emphasizing the point once again that the vast majority of our budget is really dedicated to taking care of our people and the team that is KSD. Okay. This slide is representing the same total pot of money, but is showing it as a function of activity. So there's a couple of highlights that I want to point out here. One of which is that the dark blue and the light blue, when you're looking at teaching and teaching support, constitute over 70% of our budget, 73.2% to be exact. So the majority of our expenditure is dedicated to instructional and classroom related activities. Another thing that I tend to keep an eye on is our making sure that our central administration costs are in perspective and are controlled. And so you'll see the yellow, the central administration is still below 6%, which is a good number. And it's also right in line with building administration. It's not uncommon when you look at spending data tables across the country for school-based administration and central administration to be roughly commensurate. But I think it's a good sign that ours is slightly less at the central office level. Okay. This is slide 6, I believe. This is a bit of a recap, but is an important slide to include in the presentation. We have had, I think, an ongoing iterative dialogue about our enrollment projections and the proverbial monkey wrench that the COVID situation has kind of thrown into those projections. You know, we're candid about the fact that when we were doing enrollment projections in the late winter and COVID wasn't even part of the, COVID wasn't even in the air, literally or figuratively, you know, we were projecting a small enrollment increase at that time. But reflecting on the dynamic that is created by the COVID closures and the options that families and students will be entertaining throughout the rest of this year, through the summer and into next year, we are projecting a small decrease in enrollment, which you see reflected on the far right. The two other bars represent what we had in 2018, our most recently completed year, and then our current year revised budget. Remember, they were doing a statistical estimate of our enrollment because we weren't actually physically counting kids in a building. Okay, this is a very big data table, and I'm not going to, you know, go over every single element. I'm going to pick out a few pieces for you. So, you know, after we get done with the budget work session and July 10th approaches, we will be submitting this budget for technical review. And it's not uncommon, especially as we like finally balance individual grant programs, for numbers to move around just a little bit. But at this point, we are showing a revenue of 434.9, which you see there about halfway down. expense of 439.2. So expense is higher than revenue. And we are going to build this budget with the assumption that we're going to end the year with about $50 million in fund balance. I think it's 48.8 is what you see here. So leaving with a projected ending fund balance of 44.5, it looks like. I will point out here that there's a couple of numbers in red here that you will see on the expenditure side that will likely change. So the line that says compensatory education shows as negative, but that's not actually going to be a cut to the program. What's going to happen there is as we adjust final grant program revenues, you will see additional revenue on top and additional expense on the bottom, and it will be a net wash to fund balance, but you won't see that red in the amount of 3.27 million for compensatory education. And then the other thing I want to point out, and I will come back to this later, is that you'll see a line called support services with an increase of 2.57 million. That is where we are sticking our dedicated COVID budget. So our centralized budget for PPE and other necessary equipment expenditures. And we'll be talking about that more later on. Okay. So remember when we were looking at this slide, you're seeing a total, where did I lose the number there? This slide is simply showing the same amount of expense increase, but showing it by object. Okay. And it shows what we typically see. We just got done showing a slide that shows that, you know, the vast majority of our budget is our people, right? So the vast majority of the increase in the budget is associated with people as well. About 3/4 of the 19.2 million in salaries and benefits and related. Okay, this is an overview of staffing. What we're going to see here is that the increase perhaps is a little misleading in that this reflects staff that were added during this school year, as well as new staff that are proposed for next year. So there were quite a few, in fact, roughly half of this increased number, the staff that was already added during the school year that we just finished. And so we can talk about that more if you so desire, but I wanted to put that in context. Okay, so when we get to August and you're adopting a budget, you won't, you know, we tend to focus on the general fund, of course, but that's not all that comprises the budget. So you've got the general fund, and then you've got a number of other funds. The capital fund being the largest of the others, but you also have the debt service fund, the transportation vehicle fund, and the associated student body fund. And so I wanted to run over some brief highlights of issues that rise to the fore when you're talking about each of those other funds. The first is, remember the debt service fund. We talked about this in the first session that we did, that budget 101, where you can kind of think about the debt service fund as kind of the pay your mortgage fund, you know, like, so we go out and sell these bonds, we collect taxes from our community, and we pay off those debts as we collect those taxes. And so the debt service fund is premised to a great degree on when are we going to sell our bond issues. So remember that in 2000 and I believe it was 2016, the voters authorized us to go out and sell a certain amount of bonds. And over the years, we've been chipping away at that. Last year, we sold an amount, did really, really well on interest rate. And so right now we are planning to sell the last installment of those bonds next year. And that would complete the entire authority under that original 2016 bond. Okay, so there's a lot of technical detail that goes into building that budget, but conceptually that's all it is that once we decide to sell that remaining bond, we will continue to collect the same rate of tax and pay off those issues. Okay, the transportation vehicle fund, you've had a lot of activity on the transportation vehicle fund this year. And so at this point, some of the buses that have been brought to the board will be paid for next year, but there's no new bus purchases that you haven't heard about that are planned right now for the TVF fund. I suppose that could change, but that's how we're budgeting at this point. A lot of activity on the TVF side this year. Also, a very significant capital project budget this year. Remember back to that 2016 bond and the proceeds from that bond. Mr. Buzzard's kind of project plan, to the best that he can estimate it, this next fiscal year is going to be a very significant spend year for the capital projects fund. So we have sold some issues and we have a very healthy fund balance in the capital projects fund. And now comes the time where you've got the new Valley School, right? That is going to be completed and a very significant expense, and the Academy project, which is also a very significant expense. And so there'll be a lot of activity on the capital projects fund next year. And then the Associated Student Body Fund is a situation where, frankly, it's one of the ones that we really need to think critically about over the summer as we prepare for COVID. A lot of what transpires through ASB are our awesome student activities, that we love for our kids. And it's funded to a great degree through fundraising. We just don't know at this point what COVID means for all of those activities, at least for the beginning of the year. And then as we move through the year, our plan is to provide those students the budget authority to do those activities. But it will be interesting to see how able we are to do those activities in a COVID environment. And the final topic I wanted to cover on this slide was student fees. So we've really, as I think I mentioned to you earlier this year, we've spent some time really kind of diving into the topic of student fees. It's something that's really important to our families and our students. It poses issues of equity and intention, and we just want to be intentional about when we charge a fee and why. So there's two things happening right now with fees. The first is that it's been a long time since we've posted one consistent, accessible schedule of fees to our community, and we will be doing that this year so that everybody can see the fees, why they exist, where they exist. And then we're also, I think for the first time, I think this will be the first time, plan on charging no class fees for our career and technical education classes, because we feel like the revenue source from the state for those programs can probably sustain us without having to rely on a fee in that way. So that's an exciting development. Okay, so I'm gonna get into the next 4 slides are specifically targeted at our COVID conversations. You kind of challenged us to, as best we could, to kind of, I can't remember how many board members it was, but we had a conversation about, how do you do a budget when you think that there will be really material things that change between the time you budget and then the year for which you're budgeting. And so we made a good faith effort to kind of think through some of those issues. And so this slide talks about what we see as some of the major extraordinary or unique expenses associated with our situation. These are not necessarily things that we never purchased. There are plenty of things on this list that we purchased, but there's something about the COVID situation that will necessitate us buying a lot more or buying them differently. Okay. The first is obviously PPE. We literally right now, Mr. Metcalf and the procurement team are literally placing PPE orders right now to make sure that we are prepared. And we're going to have to move a little bit nimbly because obviously guidance will change, and the groups we have deliberating and planning for the next year will make recommendations, but we really want to jump on that so we're prepared. Cleaning is going to be a different thing in the COVID environment, and so we're trying to think that through and what the expenses are, how that changes the deployment of our teams that do cleaning. How much is like literally new expense versus just kind of deploying people differently. We're going to have to do some minor facility modifications, and in some cases we've already done those. You know, you think about like erecting sneeze guards or other protective things to make sure that we can protect our team members as best we can out of these situations. There will be a material cost, but also a time cost to that. We're seeing that there's obviously a technology cost to supporting learning models that are either that are something other than just kind of traditional bricks and mortar, or what we call the legacy, I guess the legacy model. And so we are thinking about, we had an initial technology investment with the hotspots and making sure people had machines, and I expect that those costs will continue. And we also have considerations in terms of professional development, because we're entering an era where, you know, teaching and how our schools work is going to change for a while. Pupil transportation modifications is a huge conundrum for us right now that we are partnering with a lot of other districts to think through. And finally, child nutrition delivery models it will also be. So this is a good overview of the ways in which we think that COVID will manifest in our budget. Okay, so to take it a layer deeper, you know, when you do contingency planning, sometimes you do, you know, like you can think about like, you ever seen like a decision tree? You know, you have an option, and that option creates 3 options, and each of those options have options. And you know, with COVID, there's literally limitless scenarios that you might find yourself preparing for. And so what I wanted to do to make our conversation meaningful was to try to focus on 3 basic scenarios. Okay. Our planning teams are really thinking about scenarios in terms of what will schooling look like on day 1. I'm approaching this slightly differently to think about how could the budget need to be adapted. Okay, so the 3 scenarios I came up with were a scenario A, which is that quote unquote things get better, and by that I just mean that suppose that we start the year with a non-traditional model, but our public health indicators improve, and we quickly find ourselves in a situation where we can phase into something that is more of what we're accustomed to. So start non-traditional, move quickly back. That's obviously the best case scenario. Option 2 is, and you know, obviously this is not something we hope for, but we always try to plan for, what if conditions do not improve? So there's a couple different scenarios that could play out there. One would be you start to see peaks and valleys in our public health indicators, right? So suppose we start school, our COVID rates decline, but then fall and winter roll around, and you find yourself in a different position. How does the budget kind of adapt to having to phase in and out of situations throughout the year? And then finally, the third one is external factors change. So maybe our public health indicators stay roughly the same, but there's some external factor that changes the ballgame. For example, a vaccine progress, or the state legislature calls a special session and makes a huge cut in revenue. And so we would have to be prepared to act nimbly in that situation as well. So here are at least 5 ways that we're trying to plan for the fluidity of this budget situation. The first is that we're not waiting to make PPE orders. We're ordering now. We know that as people learn more about mask use and our planning evolves and whatever, we're certainly, you know, things will change for sure, but we want to be as prepared as we can and not wait to the last minute to buy masks. So mask order and donations are in full throttle right now. We're also thinking about, let's set this budget up so we don't have to go back to OSPI if any of those three scenarios plays out. So we only really technically need to go back to OSPI if we increase our approved expenditure authority, but in each of these cases, it's likely that we'll be talking about less authority, right? So those would be modifications internal to the district, but not necessarily like what we think of as a formal budget revision. Staffing is going to be a unique challenge in this environment. We're going to have to, and I'm not here to talk about staffing. That's somebody else's responsibility. But as it relates to budget, sick leave, for example, is a whole new concept in a pandemic, right? We need to be cognizant of having kind of contingency and backup plans for high risk staff. And so these are cost centers, things that we spend money on that we may not, could increase by orders of magnitude. We have created a centralized budget for PPE related expenses. We did not want to have schools kind of individually fend for themselves on the purchasing of masks. So we're trying to coordinate that centrally. Some schools have made purchases of masks and we're not necessarily precluding that. It's just that for next year, we're trying to have an organized rollout effort so that there's equity and intention in what we do with masks. And finally, I see no way around the fact that even as we show you this budget and we show you how the dollars are arranged by activity and program, we're going to have to be prepared to reallocate resources within our budget to respond to these needs. Okay. So this slide is, I hope, helpful. It was with the best of intentions, and my only concern is that you're going to think that these are the only things that align to the needs, and they're not. It's just was trying to pull out select examples. But Dr. Harmon took you through the exercise of identifying your top budget priorities, and so we tried to be intentional about how investments would align with those. And so I'm just going to walk you through a few anecdotal examples. Again, this is not an exhaustive list. There are some meaningful investments in this budget in mental health, I'm pleased to say, which is both in alignment to Director Bowen's explicit priority, but also just kind of with our larger organizational mission and vision. There are new positions in this budget, and I might have to defer to Chief Vela at some point if we get into the details of this, but there are behavior interventionists, an MTSS coach, and an MTSS program specialist added to this budget as a way of kind of doubling down on what I understand to be the primary programmatic means that we do some of our social and emotional educating in this district. And so I'm not an expert in that area, so I would need Dr. Vela to unpack that. The second thing is that we will be doing at least one day of professional development that touches on issues of social and emotional learning. We're planning for this. This is actually something all school districts will be doing next year. And so to the extent that MTSS has been a real big part of our strategic focus, there are some investments in this budget that are targeted there. I feel like there's a lot of things in our budget that address issues of equity, but if you'll allow me to just do two of them here, which was the budget priority expressed by Directors Hamada and Director Daniels. The first is that there are new positions in the budget for 5 instructional coaches. Now, on the face of it, you might think that's not an equity thing, but what's really going on there is that there are a number of schools that are able to get that sort of support through other means, other funding sources. But from an equity standpoint, the chief's really looking at which of the schools don't otherwise get that support, and then making sure that we provide that through these 5 instructional coaches. And then the other thing I think we have gone over in a previous work session was that we increased the non-material, the MSOC maintenance supplies and operating cost rates for schools. But the thing I don't know that I emphasized clearly enough is that that rate is differential, and we provide more MSOC based on student counts for factors of poverty, for factors of mobility, also for factors of language. And so there is an equity component to that. It's not the same dollar amount for every counted student, but a differential amount based on those categories of need. Director Vengadaslam indicated that STEAM, I think we got into STEM versus STEAM, and I think we were intentional that it was STEAM. And so here's where I might need Dr. West to unpack some of these, but there is in this budget an added program specialist to integrate, I believe it's the music and arts, into our curriculum. We also, probably one of the more significant expenditures in this budget is that as the human resource team presented to you last work session, there was an enhancement to the secondary staffing ratio. I believe it increased staffing by 22. Jamie can correct me if I got that right. I think that's correct. But the significance of that is that the high school level, that really allows for the retention and protection of some of those elective classes that may have smaller class sizes, because as ratios tighten, core classes are the ones that get protected. So to the extent that you're providing an enhancement to that, it gives a little more wiggle room to keep electives in the fold, which is critical to any sort of STEAM program. 3 career center specialists are added through the CTE budget, which I think would be a significant vehicle for getting kids interested in like science and technology career pathways. Is that me or? I'm sorry, I was getting loud feedback. Are we good?
That was my dog. I'll mute.
Okay.
Just a barking dog. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No
All
worries.
right. No symbolism there. And then finally, we did increase the Performing Arts Center budget. So the Performing Arts Centers that each of the high schools have historically had really small budgets, and the historical practice was that they kind of raised money by renting out their facilities and whatnot. And my concern about that was that it tended towards inequity to the extent that some schools were better able to rent their facilities than others. So by kind of, we did enhance the Performing Arts Center allocations as a way of having greater equity across those programs. And finally, in the area of school safety, there's actually much more than the 2 that I've listed here. But starting with COVID safety, we have created a $2 million centralized budget for all PPE related expenses. And that obviously is safety in the vein of making sure that we are best observing the health guidelines that will be present throughout our school year. And then specifically in safety services, we have continued with our camera refresh and our program of school radios for maximum safety that Dr. Vela or perhaps Tim would be able to unpack for you if needed. So I hope this was helpful. It was a genuine attempt to try to kind of tie in the budget priorities expressed by the members. Okay, I have two slides here that I want to kind of bring you up to speed. I don't like to traffic in rumors here, but sometimes in the political world, rumors are real news. And so 2 of them made the news, and they're things for us to be aware of. One is that I have heard from several sources, and again, this represented in the Tacoma News Tribune, that there's a decent chance that the legislature will reconvene in early to mid-August. The significance of that is you're scheduled to adopt your budget in late August. So it could very well be the case, and I'm not saying that it will be the case, but it could very well be the case that we have a special session not too far before you adopt your budget. And we don't necessarily know the impact of that. I've heard some theories about what they might do, but the fact that they would consider meeting in August is an indication that they probably want to meet before the school year starts. Otherwise, they would just wait to September or October. And then another thing that has kind of happened that's material and shows that the state has kind of started its efforts at balancing the budget in the face of an $8.8 billion deficit is that the state has begun canceling raises for large groups of state workers and has begun requiring large classes of employees to take furlough days, which is an indication that if they're doing it that quickly, then they realize the proverbial handwriting is on the wall for them next fiscal year. Okay, and then if I can return you to the timeline that you have seen before, want to just run through kind of how this has gone and how it should go going forward. So we've effectively had 4 work sessions. We called the first one an intro, which was that budget 101. But on April 22nd, June 3rd, and June 24th, we have scheduled work sessions. We have to submit a technical draft to the Educational Service District on the 10th, and we are also required to post that on our website on the 10th. What they do is they'll take that and run it through their various tests. They'll we'll get calls from them. They'll say, hey, Ben, I see that OSPI is saying you're going to get X amount for bilingual. Why do you have a little bit less or a little bit more budgeted? And you kind of sift through little technical things like that. So I wouldn't anticipate that it would greatly change the budget, but there are things that move around as a result of that process, which is why they do it. And then we will be posting public notices throughout the month of August as required by law in both the Kent Covington Reporter and the Maple Valley Reporter. And then August 26th is the board meeting that is scheduled for adoption. That is, I'm going to double check, that is a Wednesday and very close to the end of the month. And remember, by law, school districts have to adopt a budget on or before August 31st. And you'll see on the slide that there's a hyperlink. If you click on that hyperlink, it will take you to the relevant statute that says that. So that completes my presentation. I'd love to have a dialogue with you about this with the other chiefs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rarick. As usual, it's a very excellent report. It helps me a lot. I have a lot of faith and trust in you. I think it's very nice that you aligned it with some of the things, bringing the board into it on some of the things who are priority to us. And you heard and you listened, and that's excellent that they projected that forward. At this point, are we allowed to ask questions, the board directors? Is that what we're at?
This is the time. Yes, time for questions.
I have some, but I'll let somebody else go first. Okay, don't everybody.
That's okay, I'll go. Thank you, Ben. So will there be a more detailed report? So I know you gave an overview of the areas. Will there be a more detailed report or detailed plan that we can review prior to perhaps a budget adoption on the 26th? Or I know that's a work in progress. I know you guys are working on it, but when do you think that might be available for us to review?
Yeah, so, well, we have to produce the actual F-195, which is about as much detail as somebody can stand, on July 10th. And we will also be developing, we will post well in advance of the adoption date, kind of the supplemental materials that we have given you in the past. So we will do some version of the budget book that we did last year. which provides a tremendous amount of detail. But my goal today was to just give you a sense of what are the increases, what are the focuses of those increases, kind of the why. I hope that that has been accomplished here today.
Questions? Denise or Vice President Daniels, are you done?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ben. As always, great presentation. I wanted to ask you about the 3 scenarios you mentioned, that things get better, conditions do not improve, and external factor change.
Yes.
From what I hear from Superintendent Reichel, that we are headed to some sort of a remote or blended type learning situation. So I'm wondering if we have factored that in as well. And I'm not quite sure where it would fall under this particular scenario. I suspect that we would still be in conditions do not improve, because there are going to be students who will not be able to wear masks, staff who will not be able to wear masks. And so there would be the blending learning component, and I'm wondering if the whole digital learning moving forward has been considered in this budget, the distance learning factor.
I'm gonna encourage some of the chiefs to chime in on this, because I'm not
Sure.
necessarily point on that side of it, but I'll answer the budget question first. When you say, has it been considered in this budget? The answer to that is yes, it has, but we have not, like, the one thing that we did make sure we did was create a centralized budget for purchases that we wanted schools not to be left with in terms of safety. But what you don't necessarily see, and frankly, you probably won't see until we all know, and we don't know, is, I mean, I think there's, without question, there's going to be an impact on staff, right? In terms of how they're deployed, when they're deployed. You know, the concept of class size in a virtual environment is a different concept, right? You don't necessarily see that reflected in this budget. You know, it's not like we moved the money or reduced staffing as a function of that. But I think it's certainly an expectation that from a resource allocation standpoint, we're going to have to think outside the box of how, you know, 85% of our budget is constructed. And there's obviously collective bargaining considerations and working with our partners and all of that. But it's also a reality of where we're at.
You, Ben, if there's any additional context, Dr. Harmon, you'd like to add?
So I would just reiterate what Mr. Eric said, that obviously there's lots of unknowns, and some of those things are mandatory subjects of bargaining. So we'll have to talk about, you know, obviously working conditions, some work responsibilities may shift related to that. I think some of that is about the flexibility of, like we said, the thinking outside of the box of the budget that the board adopts and how we use those dollars. So for example, this year, some things happened and we had to make a shift, and we were still able to live within the budget that the board adopted for our school district, even as we made some of those shifts. And so, you know, without knowing the future, I think it's possible for us to live within our means, even within that budget, but it's unknown. I mean, we don't know what new requirements will come. We know that there are recent requirements for PPE, for example, and that being an employer's burden. So as a school district, as an employer, that's our burden to provide that. and makes sense, but we also know that it's likely that there will be some funding reductions with that. So, you know, how do you balance those kinds of things as we move forward? So I think it is about being creative, shifting how we spend money and where. And so some of the things that we may stop doing may generate revenue for some of the things that we may have to do. And as we go through that, we will keep our board involved. And we've talked about the possibility of possibly even having to convene the board during the summer because of changes or updates that may happen with the legislature or other news relative to where we stand. So it is in there, but not in an explicit way, because I don't know how we would define that in an explicit way.
Okay, thank you. I just had one other question, and that is, I appreciated the prioritization of the budget based on board feedback. I do think it would be very important for some of these things. Well, first I want to say I appreciate that we have a project specialist coming in for the arts and music. I think that's been a long time coming decision. And so that's really great to hear. The mental health, it would be good to get some feedback from our teachers, in particular about when we talk about MTSS and coaches and program specialists, like what it is in their particular school that's important to them. And I'm hoping that we do involve our educators in that process, because I think that's been a big hole in the past where principals have made decisions. And I heard that for several years that that was not a consideration. So I just wanted to add that. That's all. I'm done.
I have a question, a couple of questions, if no one else is ready here, is I'm curious on the 222 less students, give or take, where we got the data to come up with that. I mean, do we feel that's less students? Do we feel like that's a pretty good number with all that's been going on with different things?
Mhm. Well, that's a great question. So I'll do the best I can to answer it.
Thanks.
I mean, let's be honest. It's a very difficult thing, and the reason it's very difficult is because normally in this situation, you would pull from empirical data and past experience to develop a model, right? So you would say, okay, don't just pick a number, base it on something observed, something empirical. Well, this is kind of a unique situation in that we don't really have any prior experience that kind of emulates what we're about to go through. So the one thing that I did do was I did two things. First thing is I did kind of some due diligence calls with CFOs in the region who kind of are wrestling with the same sort of issue. And the second thing is I went back to our demographer. So we had contracted for a demography study later in the summer last year, and he gave us a kind of high, medium, low kind of framework to think about the future of enrollment. And I called him back for the purpose of talking through, like, how does COVID, I mean, he thinks about this stuff every day, right? How does COVID kind of change his thinking? And so that was, our conversation was, part of why I brought to you the issue last board work session about kind of thinking through the role of choice now, and the options that people have. But ultimately, I decided not to choose the low of the low. So if you can think of a fan where it's low, medium, high, the number that we chose was halfway between low and kind of his projection. And I was looking for some affirmation from him that kind of reflected his best professional knowledge. and also that there really wasn't any model that I was missing, that, you know, we couldn't just put it in some sort of mathematical table and spit out an answer. And I got some assurance from him that he couldn't, you know, he thought that that was a very reasonable approach. So I do want to be really explicit about the fact that there's a high risk factor here. By no means is this the floor. And we just simply don't know how this will impact enrollment decisions. And so if I have concerns about next year, the legislature's moves in August are one. Enrollment is very significantly among those.
And when you're speaking about the legislature, do you feel that they might come up with something more to help if this happens in designing more funding to schools for it, or?
I guess I should choose my words carefully here. I think that if it's true that they are going to convene in August, and I hear from multiple sources that that's a decent chance of that, the only reason they would do that is because they need to meet before the school year starts. And the only reason they need to be before the school year starts is because they feel like the moves they're going to make are going to materially impact school districts. And I would not expect that to be in the positive. I would expect that to be in the negative. And I guess I'll go a step further to say that, and again, I'm not really working from inside information here. This is things that people are openly conversing about throughout the region. One of the things that could very well happen is that they make all of the CARES Act money a deductible revenue, so that in essence, we don't really receive any benefit from the CARES Act money. You know, and another thing they could do is, you know, and part of why I showed you the slide about compensation for state employees is that typically, if there's impacts on compensation for state employees, sometimes there could be impacts to school employees similarly. That doesn't mean there will be, but it does mean that it could. So the nice thing about it, if there is a nice thing, is we'll know very quickly. I mean, I'm told it's the first or second week of August.
So do I hear you saying, Mr. Eric, that they have the capability to take away any federal funds through the CARES Acts, that they would come into the schools, that it would go to the state instead? Is that what I hear you saying? A potential?
The wording is important. So if you'll indulge me, let me just say that slightly differently. The state would not be able to take those dollars. What they would be able to do is give us those dollars and take away other dollars.
Oh, okay. I get it.
So that they net out.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I have another question on transportation.
Yes.
And you know, you mentioned we're going to be fine with our buses and all that. If we have to have our buses on a lot more routes, traveling a lot more and using a lot more fuel, which could be in a model that we decide to put fewer kids on buses and they're continually traveling more and using more fuel. Does the school district buy, like the airlines, fuel when it's really, really low and have a place to accumulate it? I'm just curious about that.
I'm not prepared to answer that question. Possibly Dr. Vela is.
Israel, if you're available, or if not, President Hamada, we can certainly gather that information.
Yeah, certainly we can get that for you, but I can tell you quickly that what we have planned for before is the current routing. We have not planned for additional routing, and that's still uncertain.
So am I correct in thinking that if we have to go to a model where there are fewer kids on buses and more buses traveling more often, we could possibly face quite a bit of more expenditures with transportation and fuel costs?
We
think
most
that's-
certainly would.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
To
And
what extent, we would not know to what extent, but that's fair.
on the CTE, where I think it's wonderful that we can incorporate covering more of those costs to our students. Is that going to be widely advertised before kids sign up for these classes? So some of them, if they didn't have the funds to do it, that they would now want to take those classes if they didn't have to come up with revenue to do it?
I'll make sure that I work with the program team to make sure that that's not inconspicuous.
Thank you very much. And I think that concludes my questions. Were there any other questions? Not hearing any. I'd just like to thank you, Mr. Rarick, for an excellent presentation. Whenever I ask you questions, you're well prepared, your charts are well prepared, you're very organized, and I do greatly appreciate all the work you and your staff do to put this together and to manage our budget. It's a completely important role in a school district, extremely important. And I thank you very much. And I'm sure all the directors are very appreciative of your program tonight and what you do every day. So thank you.
I appreciate those kind comments. I just want to mention, of course, that literally every member of the executive team kind of shoulders a heavy burden in this process, and I kind of get it at the end. So I feel a little awkward. I appreciate the comments, but I want you to, of course, understand how significant of a team effort it is.
And yes, and I think I'd echo that too, the whole entire team that puts all this together. And not only that, everything together, we appreciate everything you do. And I think we don't thank you enough for all the things you do. So I'm very fortunate to be in a school district that cares so deeply about their kids. And any other questions, anything else anybody wants to add that I've missed? All right, I think we're right at 6:27, so I'm going to adjourn the work session, and this work session is adjourned for an executive session to discuss the qualifications of an applicant for public employment and to discuss with legal counsel representing the district litigation or potential litigation to which the district is likely to become a party. So this meeting is adjourned and we're going to the executive session.
Thank you.
It is 7 o'clock, and I'd like to welcome our public to our general regular board meeting. And the first thing we want to do is have our pledge allegiance, and I will call on Director Bettinger. And Director Bettinger, you feel comfortable with doing that tonight?
Yeah.
All right. To lead us through the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to welcome all of you to this meeting of the Kent School Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act. The purpose of the board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to, but not respond to comments from the audience. Those wishing to comment must complete the online form as indicated on the district website in BoardDocs. And some of our communities that have been writing in probably want to make note of that if they want to have a lot of their letters and stuff read, they need to go through our process to help our staff out to do it right. So that, so they go with that process. And they need to fill out an actual form. There will be 2 periods where public comment tonight will be heard. At the beginning, is something kind of new, and at the end of the meeting. Questions raised through submitted public comment addressing an issue may require further investigation, and answers will be posted on the district's website. If you indicated a desire to speak to an agenda item, your comment will be read at that portion of the agenda. General comments tonight will be read during the audience communication section of the agenda. I'd like to turn to Dr. Watts and see if there are any changes to the agenda. Dr. Watts,
Thank
do you
you.
have
Yes. Thank you, President Bonnet.
do you have any changes to the agenda?
Thank you. Yes, there obviously the supplemental agenda, supplemental personnel report was added to the agenda this evening, and it is before you virtually on the dais.
All right.
I actually have a question about the agenda review. During the agenda review, I'd like for clarification as to the reason for pulling 2 agenda items. The first one would be agenda item 7.04, where we had a discussion around the policy 1450 with regards to absences of a board member. That was pulled, and I'd like to understand why that was pulled, in particular after we had had conversation, specifically you and I, about making sure that that was on the agenda. President Hamada?
Sure. Number one, and I've stated to you in an email just a short period of time into Mr. Leonard. We just recently on May 13th adopted a new policy for 1450. That was on May 13th. Prior to that, there had been questions about a board member missing a lot of meetings. And you actually had brought that to my attention. I noticed it. At that particular time, we discussed it. And I could see your point where any absence probably needs to be aware. But at that particular time, we were before May 13th. And we hadn't adopted our new policy. The old one was still in place, but when we went through this as a board retreat, we still had questions on what we meant on a lot of that policy. And because it had not been formally adopted and the definition of meeting still hadn't been clarified, And because I was trying to give a lot of help and guidance to a new board member that had some issues with trying to provide childcare, I didn't bring it to the forefront. So that played into that part of it. And when we were going, when I put this on the agenda, I was informed by another director. I actually missed it. I didn't see that Director Danielson walked out, or not walked out, but had virtually gone to another place for the work session. And I didn't even catch it, but somebody brought it to my attention that now we're after May 13th. Our new policy has been adopted. We need to put this on the agenda to go over absences. And so trying to get to do everything perfectly correct and in alignment with what we want to do as a district, I asked Ms. Holly if we could put it on the agenda because I thought it should be there. I talked to you about that. Prior to that, you and I have had lots of conversation. We had a great conversation when we were talking about that. And I think you misinterpreted me and what I said. I think what I thought I said to you on the phone, and I could be wrong, was that we still needed definition on the policy, even though we just recently adopted it. The second paragraph in there where it's talking about how a board director can be, after so many absences, we probably want to replace that person. Unexcused absences states board meetings. That's very defined. The paragraph before that is pretty ambiguous. It just says meetings. And so, unfortunately, we just adopted this and it still was unclear. So I went back to that and I put this on the agenda tonight. And then I got to thinking about this and you said, yeah, let's talk about it in public. And we are talking about it in public, no problem. I just thought, after I looked at it for so long, I thought, well, maybe it was looking like I didn't do this for Director Bowen, and now I'm doing this for you. And I was trying to be more than fair to everybody. And I just thought the real heart of this problem is policy 1450 needs to be revised. And I just thought probably not bringing it up tonight until we get it right was the best way to do it. So that's my explanation on that. And you certainly have a right to question that, but that was my reasoning.
And so you didn't share that until after you had asked Ms. Howley to pull the agenda item. You didn't share that with the board and you didn't share that with me.
Correct. That's absolutely correct. And I mean, I would have been fine either way with it, honestly, but it wasn't
Why did you pull it? Because you said you were fine with it. So why did you pull it?
Because I was trying to be extra fair to you, Vice President Daniels. Honestly, that was my honest reasoning to it. Because I figured if I didn't do it for Director Bowen, I shouldn't have done it for you. There should have been more. I thought about it all day and the day before, and that's why I did it. That was my honest reason behind it. That I thought I was going to, I should have thought of that faster, you know.
So I just want to clarify. It's not actually policy 1450. There's also policy 1220 that speaks more deliberately to the excusing of a board member for absences. You on February 5th, in response to myself and Director Vengadasala missing, myself and Dr. Watts missing a scheduled work session in December, had questions about whether or not that should be excused. On February 5th, you sent an email indicating policy 1220, which spells out, starting tonight, we will be following policy according to you. Board members need to inform the superintendent or president of the board of absences. All absences need to be excused by the majority of the board. This will help eliminate conversations from the dais, which recently happened regarding our superintendent's absence from the work session in December, as he is definitely a member of the board. The board president cannot determine an excused absence. And if we wish to change it, if we wish to change this, we need to change the policy. So after that, you had not, and your and I conversation was actually over the Zoom meeting. And I questioned you because you were so adamant about excusing Dr. Watts and I, but you've never mentioned, it's never come across the dais to excuse another board member, except for Director Bettinger when she had surgery. But you've never mentioned excusing Director Bowen, whether we knew about the absences or not. On, I think there's 9 occasions where 9 meetings that were missed. And now that, so you've never mentioned it, never sent emails about it, never called for a vote. And now that I missed a work session, oh, let me back up. Director Venkatachalam and I missed a work session that was called on May 20th that you did not call to excuse. And now that I missed a work session on Wednesday, I'm curious. So Director Bettinger, have you brought up conversation about any of the other absences from another director?
Yeah, I did.
And
Because we
nothing-
had other sessions. I just didn't know what other sessions. And we went through new policies, and it's, you know, for instance, we now have public comment at the beginning of this session. And we have new policies, and they weren't being addressed. And so it kind of goes back to what Clark Nuber said, is we can't implement policies until we follow the policies, you know, and some people don't have the opportunity to even see how a policy impacts their job. So like, for instance, with Ms. Howley, you know, adding the public comment at the beginning of the meeting, that impacts her job. And so
that's my simple question is,
yeah,
did you point out to President Hamada that during those other absences that she was not following policy?
yes, I brought up other people that had missed sessions, and I didn't know all of them.
Prior to just a couple of days ago? Prior to Wednesday, prior to after Wednesday?
Prior to me noticing it, because we're supposed to be following all our policies, and so I'm trying.
So you only brought it up with my absence.
No,
on the 17th.
And Director Venkatachalam missed a meeting.
Right.
And so I'm just trying to follow policy. And
so why has it not been brought up? Why has it not been brought up except for Director Venkatachalam, Dr. Watts, and I?
And I'm just going through policies that we've adopted and going, oh, we're not following this policy. Oh, we're not following this policy. So we've adopted a bunch of new policies, and at least 2 of them we're not following yet. And so
but again, this directive came from President Hamada on February 5th. So therefore, no one seems to have brought, and again, the only absences that have been brought up are mine and Director Venkatachalam's and previously Dr. Watts. And so it appears to me that there's some type of either discriminatory behavior, and I did share this with you, President Hamada, that was the appearance of what was happening. And you told me that you were trying to be equitable because you felt bad for Director Bowen, and you were not comfortable bringing it up in a public meeting. So my concern is that you seem to be showing a level of grace for some board members that you are not showing for the rest of us. And I am very concerned about that. It seems a bit discriminatory to me. So I felt this needed to be discussed because I do have the documentation from our communication, and I felt like it needed to be discussed in public. So when you decided to pull it, because you knew that I was going to bring this up, I feel as though you pulled it because you knew it was going to be uncomfortable and you did not want to speak on it.
Thank you.
Well, absolutely not my thinking, but you can believe what you want to believe. I can't change that.
Well, it's your actions, right? It's what you've done.
Yeah, I get it. I get
Okay.
it. I'll take full responsibility if I misinterpreted what you were saying to me. So
Well, there was gross abuse of power on the part of President Hamada. I am going to point it out, bring it out, because I have to deal with that for many years now. And this is not appropriate, what you're doing. We had this whole bungling of the evaluation, bungling of our meetings, of our policies. All of these are due to your lack of leadership and gross abuse of power. Somebody needs to say something. And I appreciate Denise bringing it up because I've been holding it in for months. This is not okay. You can't talk about equity and be partial in how you behave and how you respond. You do not have the power to pull agenda items without board's knowledge. You do not have power to insert an agenda item without the board's knowledge. I don't understand where you're exercising this kind of power that you don't have. It's not appropriate in any way, shape, or form. And we've been quiet way too long.
In actuality, I was trying to be kind and not and solve this problem by doing a adjustment on our adopting our absentee policy 1415 and correcting it so it was common. If you're talking about abuse of power, it was Dr. Watts that informed Ms. Halliday to do a poll on it.
That had
And
nothing to do with the pulling. You actually requested it to be pulled prior
yeah,
to
I
that.
did.
So
I
that's not true.
Okay.
He was trying to accommodate, he was trying to acknowledge all the other board members' views and get their views, which you failed to do.
Well, she had mine because the reality is we had been in multiple conversations about it.
And in my opinion, I was just honestly trying to be more than fair to you, Denise. That was what I was doing.
Okay,
And
well,
apparently it didn't come across that way to you. And as far as abuse of power, there are rules and everything that we have to follow here. And I think if I have done something incorrectly, you can definitely go to anybody else, our attorneys and stuff, and point that out to me. And you can stop it if that's what's happening. I am not trying to abuse power. I'm trying to deal with a lot of people that have a lot of different interests and trying to learn a job that's very complex. And it would be helpful if I had a little bit more help from former board members that didn't even really help in the beginning of this. I'm trying to follow policy. I'm trying to follow everybody's desires, let everybody have their right and spoken to. And equity issues are on if you see a struggling board member that needs some help with trying to come to meetings and stuff, and that we value that person's opinion, and they're going through some particular things right now that are really intense, that she hasn't been on the board for a longer time or hasn't had the years off of it. If I was in a position to try to work that through and get it through and do it right, that's not who I'm picking and choosing to service. That's not an overstep of power.
well, actually, it's not the point of, that's commendable what you're doing. It's the process of which you did not follow your own directive with regards to excusing the absences. It's not about the absences. It's not about Director Bowen. It's about your actions with regards to who you choose to apply policy to and who you don't. And to be honest with you, for you to say nobody reached out to help you, we all know that that is untrue.
Shameful.
There were multiple times when we reached out to you and you never responded because you seemed to feel as though you didn't need our help.
And you instructed another board member. And you instructed another board member not to talk to us.
Right. So that is not true at all. So for you to say that is inaccurate and untrue.
Well, first of all,
we've tried to help you
First
the
of all,
entire time.
I would never instruct another board member not to talk to you. So that's not true.
Okay.
And perhaps you want to hear from the other two board directors how they feel about that.
Absolutely.
I feel like if we adopt a policy, we should follow it. And I feel like, yes, I would tend to agree that we have a policy about onboarding and a lot of it didn't happen. And so I honestly, if you want the honest truth, and I feel like, you know, there's been things that have been kept from us. I'm actually had to make my own manual so that if any new board director comes in, I can tell them certain things. So if you want the honest truth, I feel like that we haven't been given any grace to learn the job, and it's been very adversarial. So, and I mean, we see it all the time. It's very adversarial. And
Absolutely.
what's most important to me is that as Mr. Leonard said, if we adopt a policy, we follow it. And I noticed we weren't following the policy that we adopted to have public comment at the beginning of the meeting for 30 minutes. And then I looked at the other policies and I'm like, oh, we didn't adopt the policy for absences. And honestly, you know, I had surgery yesterday and I might have to leave this meeting early, depending on how I can handle it. But, you know, I'm perfectly fine that you take a vote to excuse my absence. If you read the policy, it's not punitive. It is merely to note, because the only way to note an absence is to vote on it. And that's what Mr. Leonard talked to us about in the meeting where we had. So.
Mhm.
Director Bowen, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
I appreciate, you know, the grace I have gotten from the board for my absences. Not really wanting to share too much because it's kind of personal, having to do with my children and my mother's medical conditions. But it's been very difficult. I have tried, definitely, because I know I contacted President Hamada and said, okay, this is what's going on. You know, and now that the situation has died down, I'm doing my best to come to every meeting and to, you know, be on and be a part of everything. And I guess, you know, I agree that if there were certain things that were extended to me, they should be extended to everybody.
Any further comments?
No.
Okay.
Well, there was one more. So can you please give explanation? I know many in the community have been expecting us to have a discussion around Dr. Watts and his contract, and you pulled that agenda item as well. So can you please explain to the community, and just so everyone knows, what your reasoning was for making the unilateral decision to pull that agenda item as well?
Absolutely. Because we hadn't completed Dr. Watts's evaluation, and I want to give him the utmost respect to go through that, to talk it through with him and complete it. And actually, when I talked to Karen, Miss Holly, about how it got on the agenda, it was just kind of rolled over. Some of the things they roll over from year to year, and it happened to be on last year's. It didn't necessarily have to be on this year's, and nobody caught it before then. And I certainly wouldn't want to be disrespectful to Dr. Watts or not give him his full day in the sun to go and finish his evaluation. We were unable to do that. We got halfway through it and we haven't even completed it. So, and renewing contracts is largely tied to an evaluation. And how could we possibly have that on our agenda when we haven't even completed the complete evaluation? And we're not in a position this year critically to have to make that decision right away. So we would have to know by the July 1st. He has a contract that lasts essentially for another year. So we have plenty of time to do this, slow down, look at it, and work with it.
He doesn't have plenty of time. We don't have plenty of time. It takes a year to find someone, over a year to plan. So it is the responsibility of the board to evaluate and let Dr. Watts or any superintendent know where we stand. It's a form of courtesy. If nothing else,
Prior to
making-
the end of the current contract.
we're making an individual wait. How long will he be waiting?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, as soon as the evaluation is completed, we can start to determine that. And that might be over maybe a week. I think he has that much time, or we have that much time to do it. And it has nothing to do with not being disrespectful to him. It's being fully disrespectful to him. We haven't completed an evaluation. Is that not true?
We completed it. We have not finished reviewing it with Dr. Watts.
Right.
Which is something we do immediately after. We had that on our calendar.
Right, but we only got halfway through it.
Mhm.
Is that not true?
That is absolutely true.
That is true.
All right,
And
well,
that's
thank you for,
That's what I was trying to say. As soon as we complete that, I see no reason why we can't actually get to the contract.
thank you for your clarification.
Any more discussion? All right. All right, so we are. I will entertain a motion to accept the changes to our agenda tonight.
So to be clear, we're adding a supplemental personnel report.
And minutes from the February 22nd, 2020 special meeting.
And removing agenda item 7.04. Yes?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't read all that. Thank you
Okay.
for clarification.
I make a motion that we approve the supplemental personnel, adding the supplemental personnel report and minutes from the February 22, 2020 special meeting. And noting that previous agenda item 704 has been removed.
A second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following changes have been made to the consent agenda: a supplemental personnel report and minutes from the February 22nd, 2020 special meeting, and previous agenda item 7.04, absence of a board member, has been removed. Any more discussion? Are we ready for a vote? All those in favor of that motion signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 Those opposed signify your right hand by saying no.
No,
The motion carries.
Excuse me, I'm abstaining.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see the whole screen. All those abstaining, do you raise your hand and say you're
Aye.
abstaining? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, we're on to 2.01. And it's a new process for us in the beginning, but it's preliminary communication from the audience. Ms. Halley, would you be kind enough to read some of the comments, please?
Well, President Hamada, we have about 17 comments. Unfortunately, there were a couple of comments on our public comment form that said to reference the email or letter sent to the board, and I do not have those. So maybe we can get that for another day. First, I am going to read a message from Brenda Fincher. Dear Kent School Board Directors, thank you for taking the time to read this email and consider my request to renew Dr. Watt's contract. He has always put the students first. This has been a benefit to all of the students of the district as well as to the community served by the district. Of course, Kent is the city I'm most concerned about. Putting students first has led to increased test scores and graduation rates. This includes increased rates for Black and Brown students, which is evidenced by past history in our district and across the nation, is not an easy feat. This is the case for many reasons, with institutionalized and other forms of racism being at the top of the list. Not only have the graduation rates of the Black and Brown students increased, they surpassed the national rates. I was very pleased to learn of the creation of the equity teams in each of our schools. Among other opportunities, they offer help in eliminating disparities in discipline, specifically in suspensions, increasing class time, leading to increased learning, leading to more graduations. Upon his arrival, Dr. Watts was given a budget with a hefty deficit. Through difficult decisions made by him and approved by the school board, that deficit did not exist at the beginning of this school year. Where would we be as a school district if that hole had been allowed to continue growing as it had been? Would the district still be under the leadership of the school board and superintendent? Pile on top of that COVID-19. Where would we be? Creating the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee was a wise move. During hard times when the budget thins, their advice can be invaluable. I know there was unfortunately a brief food shortage, which was quickly corrected, leading to food not only for our students, but also for some of their family members. Although food for family members is not common or even a duty of the school district, it was welcomed. You know, there is an increasing number of students who qualify for the free or reduced meal program. If the students are hungry in the classrooms, the families are hungry at home. Offering the additional food to the families was literally a saving grace. During this pandemic, many organizations and individuals have stepped forward to help our Kent families. I am glad KSD is counted amongst them. Transparency through streamed and recorded school board and special meetings has increased, which lets the communities you serve know what is going on in the district. I can view school board meetings from home or on the go, which only increases trust between the district and their clients. I appreciate it even more since being pretty much at home for the past few months. Because they are recorded, the meetings are available to be viewed at times that are convenient for viewers. This is a big plus for those without transportation or an alternate work and school shifts. The Citizens Financial Advisory Committee also adds to the transparency. I no longer have students in KSD, but I have friends who do. I am passing on their thanks for the learning continuing during the pandemic. Not only do we thank Dr. Watts, but also the teachers and district staff who enable this to happen. Schools are closed, but not the minds of Kent students. These are a few of the reasons I support Dr. Watts and why I believe he is the best person for the job now and in years to come. What I've listed above has all taken place during his tenure at the helm. Please renew his contract so that he may continue making this a great school district. He has the skills to work effectively with an incredibly diverse community and has shown that. He's a great representative of Kent School District excellence. The next one is a letter from Mr. Melvin Tate. He says, it is greetings, Kent School Board members. I am aware that this time of year is when the school board has the responsibility of making decisions relative to assessing the performance of a superintendent, setting goals, dealing with contract matters, etc. I am compelled to write to you today because I have rarely heard from so many Black people and other people of color contacting me about any superintendent as they have recently with concern and support for Dr. Calvin Jerome Watts. He has a heading that says PAID, P-A-I-D, People Advocating Involvement in Democracy. I humbly submit that one reason I hear from so many people of different backgrounds is because of my co-founding and facilitation of the group of community leaders known as PAID. PAID is now a network and no longer hold regular meetings, but only meet in small groups when necessary. PAID members were selected because of their leadership in various capacities in Kent in particular, and the region in general. As a network, PAID has actually grown since we quit having regular meetings, and the line between members and allies hardly exists anymore. I want to make it clear, however, anyone who knows some of the people in the PAID network know that Melvin isn't in charge of anything. He is just a humble servant who has helped to facilitate communications and conversations for the common good. I do not presume to speak for PAID members or its allies, but I can say that I have received numerous calls from folks who are concerned about and supportive of Dr. Watts. PAID members and allies speak for themselves, and I am sure the board will be hearing from some of them. I have seldomly communicated with Dr. Watts over the years, so what follows are my personal observations relative to Dr. Watts' tenure in the district, taken from a variety of sources. Blindsided by budget crisis. Since Dr. Daniels retired after more than 2 decades as KSD superintendent, I have witnessed the board search for several superintendents. In almost every search, I recall the board looking for certain characteristics, knowledge, talents, and skills, which were usually communicated to the public as the result of the process. As I recall, there was no mention of a budget crisis in the search criterion. Dr. Watts walked into a situation where he discovered he had an unsustainable budget due largely to teacher raises, further complicated by the discovery of another financial matter, an error in the student enrollment projections. Various media sources confirm this situation. Whatever his plans might have been, his attention had to turn to the budget crisis. People may forever debate the moves and actions he took to fix the budget problems, but one thing was clear. Dr. Watts was the subject of what some would describe as a high-tech lynching during the process of fixing the budget issues. Because I had never seen a KSD superintendent be attacked so viciously by so many, I began to wonder if implicit racial bias might be a factor in such attacks. Let me just be clear why I would consider the words racial bias. A reasonably intelligent person, especially a Black person, who has seen several superintendents come through the KSD, and only the Black superintendent is attacked so viciously for so long. Any Black person living in the United States of America should at least consider the possibility that part of the reason the superintendent was being attacked so brutally was because of his race. Even people who consider themselves well-intended are still subject to implicit bias relative to race. Under certain circumstances, Black people don't have the privilege of omitting racial bias as a possibility. Even so, racial bias is hardly ever my first consideration. Most of the attacks on Dr. Watts were trivial and blown out of proportion. For example, obviously there were personality conflicts, as is typical under new leadership. Of course, there will be clashes relative to leadership styles and other issues which are typical even in normal situations that might be more tense in a budget crisis where a reduction in staff is required. Not much of anything I read or heard and was able to verify was substantially different from previous superintendents, except for the budget crisis. I have seen superintendents with anger management problems, serious personality issues, control freak, one with absolutely no sensitivity to equity and justice issues, and more, but they were not attacked like Dr. Watts was attacked in the various mediums and other places, for example, the courts. All this while he was fixing the problem he inherited. He was among the first in the nation, certainly the state, to begin to successfully fix the problem of an unsustainable budget due to teacher raises, etc. Many districts in the state subsequently experienced unsustainable budgets due to teacher raises and had reductions in staff. He revitalized the budget during what some refer to as a high-tech lynching and began helping other districts solve such problems, even as he endured so many attacks locally. His question is, why support Dr. Watts? Again, I have had only a very few and brief communications with Dr. Watts the entire time he has been superintendent in Kent. Nevertheless, some of us have always supported him, me largely behind the scenes within the paid network and other places. I do so because I know from firsthand observation, close up, what superintendents must deal with from time to time. And to be honest, I believe early on, as I do now, that as a Black superintendent, he would receive severe criticism for things white superintendents would not. I am actually not as close to Dr. Watts as I have been others, but it's easy to see he has made the budget sustainable. He addresses the issues of equity and justice, and he successfully managed other issues in the district, many of which I am sure others will share with you. I'm glad to see so many other Black people, as well as others of all backgrounds, that can now acknowledge his work and are coming to support him. Now that we have some idea of what he can do during one of the most difficult times in the history of the KSD, and during one of the most treacherous attacks on a superintendent in the history of the KSD, I hope the board will listen to those who now come to support him and give the man a chance to show what he can do absent all that rage. It's one thing to give lip service to terms like affirmative action, equity, social justice, and racial justice, but it's quite another to live it. Let's live it. The next letter is from Barbara Phillips, the Community Network Council President, to the Kent School Board. CNC, a local nonprofit, has been actively involved with students and families for over 10 years in the KSD. We appreciate and support the voice of Dr. Watts and what he brings to the district. He has been an advocate, He has been an advocate for equity in education for all students in KSD. The issues of inequalities and systemic racism exist in institutions, including education, and the Kent School District is not immune, which has been brought to the forefront since the death of George Floyd. It is known via statistics that Black, Brown, and Native American students continue to lag academically. School funding is disproportionate in comparison to the elite schools with louder, influential voices than those schools with high number of students of color whose parents work 2 and 3 jobs to survive, and the number of teachers of color is low. This is just a few inequities. There is a resistance from some teachers denying racism and equities exist, while many are not interested in learning how to teach or relate to Black students, but Black Lives Matter. Dr. Watts has begun the work of addressing these inequities, but more needs to be done. Through his leadership in nonprofits such as CNC, through his leadership, nonprofits such as CNC has gained access to these schools, providing support for these students suffering academically. He has championed with approval for teachers who are willing to learn how to teach students whose culture is different from theirs. Dr. Watts is a supporter of all students, but his engagement to help minority students has brought dividends to the school via increase in attendance, grade improvement, and better communications between teacher, student, and parents. Without Dr. Watts' approval of our MOU, we would not be able to work with these students toward academic improvement. It is CNC's hope that Dr. Watts has an opportunity to continue implementing plans for the KSD, which encompasses all students. CNC hopes the board will support and continue Dr. Watts' service, who has given much thus far against the many issues that the KSD has faced. Okay, the next is a comment from Charisse Rhodes. And her question is, where is community voice for where the federal CARES Act money goes? And how do parents get involved? I feel that it is important to have a diverse panel of community voice. The next comment is from Mahogany Montgomery. In addition to adding scenario questions to the hiring process for school staff that addresses implicit bias, will you consider, number one, including students and parents of color on the interview panel while those questions are being asked? Number two, do you review social media as a hiring? What about reference checks and past students' parents for people who are looking to work with students to avoid situations like a former staff person in the future? The next comment is from Shannon Jeffson Hernandez. Dear KSD School Board, is it your job to protect Dr. Watts, or is it your job to protect Kent School District? As I watched some of the best teachers and educators literally flee Kent School District over the last 3 years, I've asked myself why I stay. It is definitely not for the leadership. I believe the new school board would allow for balanced perspective that didn't blindly support the superintendent, despite an entire community petitioning for his termination. I stayed because I believed you were listening and cared about us. Am I wrong? Our entire teachers union voted no confidence, and yet you kept him. The principals, the parents, the paras, the students, everyone has begged and pleaded for his removal. So why would you consider keeping him? What great moves has he made for our district that qualify him as a leader? Other than photo ops and quoting self-help mantras, he is just a man. Does he have a good heart? Yes. Does he care about his causes? Sure. But is he a leader? Not at all. I have personally invited him to numerous student-led events over the years, and he has never come to a single one. I have tried to speak with him personally over my frustrations in his leadership, and he said he would like to have coffee with me, but it's never happened. Lip service only. He even set us up for a special Seahawks service learning opportunity, which I worked long extra hours with students to prepare for, and in the end, neither him nor the Seahawks showed. There is never follow through. Why would you force an entire institution of people to continue working for a man who they cannot trust? We want a leader. We want someone who genuinely cares about us and will willingly work with us through the toughest of times. not one who avoids us, ignores us, and repeatedly implements plans without true collaboration. I stayed because I thought we would finally get a chance to build this district up again. We've all been in a holding pattern waiting for his contract to run out. If there is a chance he will stay, it will demoralize staff further. More will give up, more will leave, and many will determine your board does not actually care about staff or students. Now is the day to show your leadership. Extending his contract will only show your complicitness. Please be the leaders you vowed to me and consider the needs of the students, staff, and community first. Sincerely, Shannon Jeffson Hernandez, Mill Creek Middle School teacher, Kent School District. Sorry, I just need to get a sip of water.
Thank you for reading all this, Ms. Holly. It's a lot.
You're welcome. This next comment is from Wayne Jensen. He says, thank you to the board and Superintendent Watts. As I was cleaning out my classroom, I noticed the new Prometheum boards had been installed. And I want to thank the community for approving the money to purchase these. I look forward to their use in assisting students learn. My question is, why were the boards drilled into existing whiteboards versus taking down the boards for greater use? In my case, I have approximately 20% of the board available to use. And my biggest ask, is it possible that whoever installed them could have at the very least placed the board in the center of the wall? In my room, not only is the board 3.5 feet off center, with the social distancing rules that may come for roughly 150 plus square feet of room space, the board is not clearly visible for students. I would like to know who I have to call or if I can personally pay to have it placed correctly to maximize its value as a learning tool. My second item is dear to my heart as a parent, educator, and community member. It deals with promoting a more robust social studies instruction in the elementary classrooms and the improved curriculum to match. It is clear even more today that this content area deserves as much instructional space as math, science, and ELA. It, along with the arts, health, technology, SEL, etc., should not and cannot be relegated to the filler category they have become in a master schedule. It is time to bring back an academic and developmental daily schedule that matches the whole student, all students at the levels they need to be connected with learning. Time to engage, not disengage the learners who need varied instruction, not stilted instruction. I look forward to your response in the future, and as always, am willing to be a working partner. Thank you for your time again. I greatly appreciate the hard work ahead. Have a great summer. I haven't actually timed these. We allotted for 30 minutes. Does anyone have any idea where we are?
I think we're a little over 30 minutes.
Okay. Do you want me to save these for the end?
That's what we agreed, right? 30
Yeah,
minutes.
that's what the
And
policy says.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms.
Mhm.
Holly. We appreciate your help. I'd like to now call on our superintendent, Dr. Kevin Watts, to give his superintendent report.
Yes, thank you, President Hamada. Excuse me. Thank you, members of the board, Ms. Holly, staff, community members, friends. This evening, I'm pleased to provide my superintendent's report, and it will speak to several key areas now that we've officially had our last day of school for the 2019-2020 school year. I'd like to begin my report this evening by addressing rumors that have I've been circulating in closed social media groups, questioning my own personal and professional integrity. Partial information was shared regarding a personnel matter that was resolved earlier this month, and I would like to take a point of privilege to address this now. My district-wide communications, as many of you know, not my interpersonal communications, are drafted by oftentimes a member of our communication team. There are processes that we follow that they're used by our communication team that are not unlike any other district in our region, or state, or our nation. This was the process for the superintendent message on June 1st regarding, as was mentioned earlier, the unrest and the racial injustice in our country following the killing of one George Floyd. What was not usual about this statement is that by mistake and unbeknownst to me, the draft statement I used to add my own voice and words and context specific to Kent School District, it had not been fully edited or revised. And subsequently, communication staff has been held accountable. Public apologies were made, and the statement was in fact revised. Now, out of respect for staff who are involved or were involved, I will not discuss the details of this particular personnel matter in public. However, I will say that as a leader, I own my part in this error. As an English major, an English teacher, and a writer myself, I certainly know what plagiarism is. As a leader, I know after speaking with staff numerous times, reviewing the process before and after this incident, there was no malicious intent here. And in fact, the only reason the draft was provided was out of sheer empathy. And what I mean by that is that particular weekend, in particular, it was a challenging weekend. I was struggling personally. We had various team conversations about the impact of the killing of George Floyd, the subsequent protests, and the impact that this has had on all of us. And the conversations I was having with my own son, my wife, the fear I too felt and feel as a Black man in this country today weighed heavily on me during this time. And the draft that was provided to me, not because I could not write it for myself, but as a springboard, it was provided because it is our process. And the draft that was given to me was flawed. It was an exact draft from another school district, and I should have asked more questions. As a result of this incident, I expect our communications to be stronger. I do take this matter very seriously. I also believe mistakes do happen. I believe that our organization is a learning organization that allows people the opportunity to learn from their mistakes while holding them accountable for their learning. The irony here, however, is not lost on me because the focus is not on the content of racial and social injustice in this country, but rather on what mistake I made and how I'm being held accountable publicly by those who do not have all the facts of the situation. Now, in any challenge, there is always an opportunity to look back and to reflect on how I might have handled things better. That's the power of reflection. In fact, that is a process and a culture, performance culture that we hold dear in our organization, particularly in the team that reports directly to me in executive cabinet. That's why our team regularly conducts after action reviews as a regular part of our processes, and we will continue to do so. I remain mindful of the mistakes that have happened in the past. I am not perfect, and I've never claimed to be. At the same time, I'm also hopeful for our collective future. And I do look forward to moving forward together as a learning organization that is supportive of colleagues at all levels, of all races, and one that offers grace when mistakes are made, that honors vulnerability and both recognizes and celebrates our collective wins and when successes have in fact shown up. My next report is in relation to our summer meal program. You've heard from previous comments, and many of you have been involved in our meals program that was part of our a response to our COVID-19 and pandemic planning. I think people now know more than they ever have that public education is the cornerstone of our society, and without it, there are many basic functions that may be left up to chance without our public school systems. Now, our summer meal program specifically begins Monday, June 29th. Free nutritious meals will be available to all children and teens 18 years of age and younger every Monday at select schools, apartment complexes, and community centers across Kent School District this entire summer. The summer meals program runs from June 29th through August 17th, 2020, and it will allow our closure model, it will follow our closure model, specifically one box containing 10 meals for one child. That box, for those who have taken advantage of it, and I'm so glad that we were able to provide this sustainable, healthy resource for our families, included 5 breakfast meals and 5 lunch meals, as well as a menu with instructions for either refrigerating or heating the items inside. These boxes will be available through 8 bus stops, 9 drive-through parking lots, and 3 youth centers across our district. Service times and locations are subject to change, so please refer to times and locations that are on our website and our mobile app for details and translated information before each visit. Again, please check those mediums, our website and our mobile app, because information certainly may change and sites and locations may also change. Please also practice social distancing when picking up meals by staying at least 6 feet away from other people. Meals may not be consumed at the pickup site, please note that, and we all need to continue to do our part to help slow the spread of COVID-19. Now, regarding the class of 2020, I am excited to share that last Friday, June 19th, and I do know and am sensitive to the many requests, concerns, and questions that we fielded and continued to communicate regarding our class of 2020 and our graduation ceremonies. We did announce the dates for Kent School District on Friday, June 19th of our 2020 graduation ceremonies. On the same day, we transitioned from modified phase 1 in King County into phase 2. So our high school and our academy principals sent this important update home to our seniors and their families. And of course, we share this update on our website with our broader community. All Kent School District High School graduations will take place between July 7th and July 14th. Specifically, Kent Meridian High School scheduled for Tuesday, July 7th. iGrad scheduled for Tuesday, July 7th. Kentwood High School is scheduled for Wednesday, July 8th. Kent Mountain View Academy is scheduled for Thursday, July 9th. Kent Phoenix Academy is scheduled for Thursday, July 9th. Kent Lake High School is scheduled for Friday, July 10th. Kent Ridge High School is scheduled for Saturday, July 11th, and the outreach program is scheduled for Tuesday, July 14th. The individual graduation ceremonies at each school will honor candidates for graduation and provide an opportunity to walk across the stage with 4 family members watching outside of their vehicles, which is different than the drive-through ceremonies many of our neighboring districts have had in the past couple of weeks. They will receive their diploma cover while wearing their cap and gown. Now, of course, photos will be taken for the virtual graduation ceremony. And additionally, professional photos of each graduate will be available for purchase. So to ensure that we can follow social distancing guidelines, we will spread out the arrival times at each school. And again, to support our families, they will receive a schedule and more specific logistical and social distancing instructions from their child's or their student's principal. Now, while these graduation ceremonies are later than we hoped and much different from any student and any parent could have imagined, I am so pleased to know that we can celebrate our students and do so in a safe and secure and healthy manner. I know our high school principals and their staff are doing everything they can to ensure this ceremony is a true celebratory event. They've been leading through this planning from early on, and they've designed the family survey. They've been working together to coordinate communications and logistics to ensure we're both honoring our students and protecting each one of them and their families as this virus continues to spread. And so from all of us to our entire team KSD and specifically our class of 2020, we say congratulations to each and every one of our prospective graduates. Finally, regarding our back to school plans. Now, we realize that we have moved from phase 1 to phase 2, and we are expecting with adherence to continued guidance and safety guidelines that we will continue to move forward in making sure that our COVID virus no longer impacts us in the way that it does today. But we continue to be busy with our back to school planning. We know that that day will come, and as we are doing so at this time each year. However, we have some challenges in front of us, and we know that. We know that we cannot do this work alone. So as our plans are developed and guidance from local, state, and federal agencies continues to change, we need to ensure that there's a shared understanding and an unwavering commitment to what drives our local decision-making. Our Back to School Task Force met for the first time today. This task force is comprised of Kent School District labor partners, PTSA members, students, community members, and district staff. It's a cross-functional team, and the notion of our commitment to diversity and equity and inclusion is certainly supported by this model. This group of dedicated individuals has volunteered to commit their time, their talents, their energy, and their expertise in providing plans for reopening our schools and the continuing education of our students. Now, as equity is a core value in our district, first among equals, to the extent possible, we wanted our task force to be racially diverse and to represent the students we serve. After receiving the OSPI's guidance on June 11th, we also wanted to ensure that our infrastructure for the task force was prepared for all those we invited to the table. Now, our strategic plan, our core values of equity, excellence, and community, all health and safety requirements will be certainly used to guide the work of this task force. They will explore the delivery of virtual instruction to various student groups, budget constraints, and they will consider both the feedback gathered in our recent thought exchange and the still open family climate survey. The intent planning and alignment with OSPI's guidance will include plans for 3 scenarios next year. The first, all students physically in school buildings. This scenario requires ensuring that all physical distancing, hygiene practices, cleaning, and disinfecting procedures are met. We are prepared to support students and staff for the social emotional transition back to our brick and mortar facilities, to our school buildings. The second is the hybrid model. This scenario includes both in-person and remote online instruction. This scenario also means ensuring all safety and health guidelines are met for in-person instruction in all of our buildings. Third, and finally, continuous learning 2.0. This scenario includes preparing for all students to participate in 100% remote learning. Now, the Back to School Task Force is working on a timeline that includes delivering a KSD reopening plan or back to school plan to you, to our school board, no later than August 3rd, 2020 for your review and for your adoption by August 13th, 2020, so that we can begin our school year on time for our current calendar on August 27th. For our students' future success, for their health and their safety, we will never waver in our commitment to supporting them on their educational journey as we work on plans, as we collaborate, as we work towards a viable solution to reopen our schools and prepare for the school year ahead. Again, to our board, to our staff, to our community, I want you to remember to please stay healthy, stay safe, and know that this concludes my report. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have during the board report and discussion portion of our meeting at the end of the agenda. Thank you. President Amata, I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watts. A very good, thorough report. We appreciate that very much. Moving, moving on to 4.01, legislative update. And I would like to call on Director Van de Gosselen to give the legislative update.
I don't have much to add. Dr. Watts covered the bulk of what I was going to mention. And I just did want to state that there was a question about when students are not going to come back, or if they do not want to be back in schools, what would be the plan at that point? So there are going to be students and staff not comfortable with the plans. So there is going to be a push, and Dr. Watts alluded to that, to work with our families and our students who might not be comfortable coming back. So they did state we have to be flexible, and I guess for us, it would be important for us to kind of see what the plan is as it's being developed, so that there is some input into that process. But I do not have anything additional other than regarding our Bill of Rights, the Hunger Bill of Rights. Tukwila Board has also approved that, and they will also be defending that particular proposal at the Legislative Assembly. And Federal Way and Renton school districts are also considering it as we speak.
Thank you very much, Director Van de Gosselen, for your excellent report, and also your advocating to get others to come along with us to do this work. It's important to gather people around ideas and to push forward, and Olympia likes to see an abundance of people up there testifying and pushing things forward to come to their conclusion on how they're going to handle it. So thank you very much. I'd like to now move on to 5.0, the recognition, and 5.01 is Samoa's Scholarship Award recipients. And I'd like to call on Director Van de Gosselen to recognize this year's recipients.
Yes, I will read with pleasure the School Board Scholar Award. The Board of Directors of the Kent School District is recognizing a school board scholar from the graduating students. The scholarship is based on scholastic qualifications, financial need, school involvement, interviews, as well as a written essay demonstrating how a college education will benefit the student and society. This year's first place recipients of a $1,900 scholarship from the Harry B. and Ruby T. Soames Educational Trust Foundation are Justin England from Kentwood High School, Andrew Trong, supposed to clap, Andrew Trong, Kentridge High School, William Dougherty, Kent Meridian High School. All right. This year's second place recipient of a $1,450 scholarship from the Harry B. and Ruby T. Soames Educational Trust Foundation is Robin Acub from Kentwood High School. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to President Hamada.
Wonderful, and wonderful to see those deserving students have some funding to help with further their higher education. Nothing is more fun for me to watch kids get scholarship money. We are on to 5.02, recognition of board directors. Dr. Watts.
Oops.
Mute.
Excuse me.
Dr. Watts.
Trying.
Having a few technical difficulties, my apologies. I would like to, first of all, take this time to, as always, to recognize our school board directors for your hard work, smart work, your commitment to the students that we're serving, all 27 1,000 of them who share each one of our last names. And as we have continued to build our board superintendent governance team structure, I certainly look forward to continuing our development as well as our hard and smart work to refine our practices, to improve our systems and structures for one purpose and one purpose only, to continue to support the students we serve, to support the staff who are also working hard to make sure our students are learning and achieving at high levels. Again, it's an honor and a privilege to serve in public education, serving alongside each and every one of you. While we may not always agree, much like a team, our goal is the name that's on our back, the name that's on our front of our uniforms is KSD, and we are here to support the needs of our richly diverse, fifth largest, fourth most diverse school district in this state of Washington. And I want to thank you personally for your commitment to our students, to our staff, and for our commitment in continuous improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watts.
Thank you, Dr. Watts.
Thank you.
Moving on to 6.0. Board of Directors, discussion and approval. Okay. I would like to entertain a motion.
I move that we approve agenda item 6.01, first reading and approval of policy 2409, competency credit for graduation.
I second.
Discussion. No questions, no discussion? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the first reading and approval for policy 2409, competency credit for graduation, be approved. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All of those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. And we didn't have any abstentions, I don't believe. All right, the motion carries. We're on to 6.02, the first reading and approval for policy 2413, equivalency credit opportunities. I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.02, first reading and approval of a policy 2413, equivalency credit opportunities.
I second.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve 6.02, first reading and approval policy 2413, equivalency credit opportunities. Discussion. No discussion? All right, we'll call for the question. All those in favor of first reading and approval on policy 2413, equivalency credit opportunities passing, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying no. The motion carries. We're on to 6.03, first reading and approval, policy 2418, graduation requirements, waiver of high school credits. I will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 6.03, first reading and approval policy 2418, graduation requirements, waiver of high school credits.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded, no, discussion. Excuse me. No, do I have to read it again? I'll read it again. First reading and approval, policy 2418, graduation requirements, waiver of high school credits has been moved and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Motion carries. We're on to 6.04, contract renewal, CDW, Government Infrastructure Support, APC, UPS, Maintenance and Support, Cisco, SmartNet, Infrastructure and Support, FS, Firewall Appliance and Support, HP, Primary Data Storage. I will entertain a motion.
Okay.
I move that we approve agenda item 6.04.
Good job. I second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve contract renewal on 6.04. All those in favor, or no, discussion? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded to approve 6.04 contract renewal, CDW Government Infrastructure Support, APC, UPS Maintenance and Support, Cisco SmartNet Infrastructure and Support, FS Firewall Appliance and Support, HP Primary Data and Storage. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on to 6.05, contract renewal. CDW Government Infrastructure Services, Commvault, and VMware. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion that we approve 6.05 contract renewal, CDW Government Infrastructure Services, Commvault, and VMware.
A second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve a 6.05 contract renewal, CDW Government Infrastructure Services, Commvault, and VMware. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of 6.05 construction contract renewal signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed to 6.05 signify by raising your hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're on to 6.6. Change order approvals. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve agenda item 6.06, change order approvals.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve 6.06 change order approvals. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll now call for the vote. All those in favor of 6.06 change order approvals signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those that disapprove signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. We're up to 7.0, consent agenda. All right. I'm asking the board if anyone of you wish to pull a consent agenda item for discussion.
I pull 7.04, 7.05, 7.06, 7.07, 7.08, 7.09, 7.10, and 7.11.
Could you go back that again? I'm sorry.
It's 704, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, 10, and 11.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right, then I will entertain a motion to accept the ones that are remaining in, that would be consent agenda item number 7.01, item number 7.02, item number 7.03, item number 7.12, 7.13, 14, 15, and 16. All those in favor of that one motion signify by raising your right. Oh, just,
Well, we have to make a motion. I make a motion, we approve consent agenda minus 7.04, 7.05, 7.06, 7.07, 7.08, 7.09, 7.10, and 7.11.
I
I'll
second.
second.
whoa, you asked to pull those from the,
I know, that's why I said I move that we approve minus those.
oh, you're saying minuses. Okay,
Yes, yes,
okay, all right. And it's been seconded?
yes.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the remaining consent agenda that we just went through. Is there a discussion? All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. The motion carries. All right, so then we want to go through the first one on the
Yes.
pulled was 7.04, contract renewal, professional services contract for 2021 Northwest PBIS Network and Kent School District.
Right. I pulled all of these contracts because we had questions on them in the 2x2, but also in just an overarching general question is, I haven't seen a plan. It feels like we're just throwing these on the agenda, and I have not seen a plan on how we're updating this. And anyone with a budget at home and things like that, there's a plan. And I'm just getting, like I said before, I'm getting concerned that we are approving all these budget items before the budget has been approved. And so I would like to know where I can find the plan that these fit in, to find out where, what the cost value added is, and how long it's been since we actually decided to update these or not.
Director Benninger, I'll ask Chief Bella to open up
Yeah.
and provide
Yeah,
additional.
Absolutely,
Context,
Director Benninger. I'll speak to 7.04 specifically. I have Randy Heath here to give more specifics about that contract. It is a renewal of a contract of a service that we've had in the past, a renewal. It is aligned with our MTSS services for building capacity within schools. And I'll have Mr. Heath share a little bit more about specifically what that is.
Yes, and I want to address also why it's coming to you right now. I do want to emphasize that this is part of a grant that we received from Kaiser Permanente, specifically for the work around building capacity of staff to support students with tier 2 and tier 3 needs. And so it is important to renew this grant now because we anticipate the need to begin a lot of these, we want to offer a lot of these trainings in August to help prepare for students coming back. And so in order to have them under contract and ready to go, we wanted that ready, approved tonight so that we can start with the work when it needs to begin. Once again, this is not general education funded money. This is specifically from the Kaiser Permanente grant and can only be used for this purpose.
I understand that. I just want to know where it fits in the plan. I have been on this board since December, and I don't ever see the full plan where things fit in. And it's, like I said, I'm worried about money. We just had the budget report. I'm worried about money in the fall, and I haven't seen where these things fit into a plan, where it's like, this is how we review it for efficacy. This is how we review it to make certain that it's something we still use and still important. So, again, it's one of our roles is budget oversight, and all these renewals without a plan to see how it fits in the plan gets concerning.
Well, I will tell you that this thing here, this proposal tonight is part of our MTSS work and our plan that we have.
Where can I find that written plan?
We share what we did about board presentation on our MTSS
Right.
for the board earlier this spring, or actually it was before. We can definitely, once again, give you a copy of that plan, but it is all about enhancing staff ability to provide these supports.
And this was in the, this was in the plan?
Right.
This company was listed in the plan?
Specifically, but
Okay.
professional development. Now, this was also, remember, brought to the board originally when we asked to apply for this grant. That was there. And then when we first contracted with Northwest PBIS this last year, we brought it to the board as well. So this is just a continuation of the work.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Heath. And Director Bettinger, I certainly appreciate your question, and here's why. This is not the first time that the conversation that you're bringing up has certainly been brought before the board or on the dais. And what I mean by that is what I believe you're asking is, how do we show that there's value, right? There's cost, there's certainly a dollar amount, but what is the value add? In other words, what's our return on the investment? And as a matter of fact, a couple of years ago, actually, we had introduced at least a process and a product that specializes in actually conducting the necessary work, the technical work, because it's not intuitive to determine desired outcomes, what are the inputs, the resources, the human resources, the financial resources, and then how does that mete out a desired result, or what is the result? And ideally, we'd like to see positive outcomes. So if that's something that you and the board are interested in, I'd certainly want to share with you that we do have some contacts, and certainly we could look at moving that process forward, because that's really the only way we're going to be able to, I think, answer the question that you're asking is really, what is the return on our investment? And that's a good question that we should have answers to. I don't disagree. Is that something that you would like for us to at least begin or provide some preliminary information for you to review?
Yeah, I don't know of any organization that spends money without having a plan, where something fits in. And are we, even in our own homes, right? You check and you say, hey, is my cable service doing what I need it to do? Do I need something else? So, but this is a lot more money, and children's lives are at stake, and their education is at stake, and it's important to me. So having the money to support them as we move into the fall is very important to me too. So understanding where everything fits into the plan and how often it's reviewed. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
So Dr. Watts, I think one of the things that we could consider, and hearing Director Bettinger, we had a discussion at our 2x2. Some of these things, the meetings that we've had, the presentations we've had, even I forget that the E-rate consulting, for example, when that discussion happened and what transpired, I think it would be helpful to kind of see, tag in the future, where those presentations were made in the past, particularly the PBIS network and the MTSS. We've had several discussions on that. And then also the discovery education. We had a whole, it wasn't a work session, it was a meeting that some board members were invited to and attended. But there are some internal things that happen that we may not be privy to. And if there are ways that can be recorded or documented somewhere, then it would be helpful for board members to be able to tap into it, whether that's staff link or wherever that may be, the repository. I think that would be helpful.
I appreciate that. That's certainly something we can look into, that the complexities of, as we think about all of the resources that we are using, I want to make sure that it's delivered in a digestible manner in order for you to know what is being offered, what resources are we using, and as I mentioned before, most importantly, what is the impact? So I heard you say tagging or having some way to communicate what systems are in place relative to products that we are purchasing or renewing contracts. Is that accurate?
Yes, background information. Yes,
Okay.
that would be helpful.
And I think you could,
And
because I noticed all of those questions were answered in the email that was sent out at noon. But maybe putting it in there, right? Links or whatever that
Right.
looks like to in
Right.
the responses, because I see they were all
And we
responded
have-
to.
Yes.
Right, we have that information. If you're
Yeah.
looking at for it in a different,
Yeah.
a different content or a different manner, that's certainly, we have that information.
And
Yeah.
I'd just like to say that I'm going to vote for this, but I took the time to ask a lot of the people that are personally involved with this, and they were asking if possible to make this a more effective program, if they could supply more people in the schools, maybe part-time or full-time, individual schools, as many as you can, because having a person directly involved with this helps it be more effective in each one of the schools, because basically it's a good program, but a lot of times the people that are dealing with a lot of the ins and outs and paperwork and stuff with this are pulled from other departments, and stuff at the last minute is not done in the right methods. And adding a bit more staff in some of these areas could help the program be more effective. I'm wondering if you have thought about that, part-time people who are definitely allocated, not just pulled from some other department, and this is also added to their responsibilities. Like, and it doesn't have to be certificated people. I think it could be, from what I understand, it could be para educators and stuff like that. But these are part of their absolute defined duties that they have the time and commitment to do. I'm wondering if that's factored into this at all.
Yes, President Hamada, again, 7.04 is really about building capacity. So it's professional development provided with that contractor. And as Dr. Watts mentioned, we can get you more specifics around the support that you're talking about. Mr. Eric shared earlier today some of the board's priorities. That is part of the MTSS overall plan. And so Mr. Heath can provide that, as Dr. Watts mentioned.
So do I hear you? I'm sorry. Are you saying it is written into the plan to hire more staff to be specifically into more schools that are their job description is this and this alone to manage?
No, what I'm saying is a part of the overall MTSS plan is to provide additional supports through specialists that we are working with. And so Mr. Heath can add more to that, but in this particular 7.04, it's really a part of a bigger plan. Mr. Heath?
Yes, I mean, this grant specifically is around training provided for building staff around tier 2 and tier 3 supports. Tier 2 and 3 supports tend to be more individual to the needs of the particular child, and also looking at the capacity of the school and the staff that they have there. So it is building up capacity of staff through these trainings. And then of course our MTSS coaches at the district level are there to then help ongoing support after the training occurs.
So that was part of the budget, was it not? That was just discussed? Yes, the specialist?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll pass on that. I have further questions, but I'll leave it on the table. I'll ask it later. Any other further questions? So are we going to go through each one of these, or, I mean, we talked about 7.04.
I'm fine with, if my board colleagues don't mind, I'm fine with just voting on all these as a one, unless someone else wanted to pull any. So voting for 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, 10, and 11 all at once. I'm fine with that, if my board colleagues are fine with that.
Good.
Okay. Okay. Mhm.
So then, We would need a
Make a
motion.
motion.
I make a motion that we approve contract renewals, item 7.04, 7.05, 7.06, 7.07, 7.08, 7.09, 7.10, and 7.11.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve 7.04, 7.05, 7.06, 7.07, 7.08, 7.09, 7.10, 7.11. I think we've had discussion. Do we have any more discussion? A call for the vote. All those in favor of all of those at one slew being approved, 7.04 through 7.11, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. We are now on to communication 8.0. Ms. Holly, do you have any further communication to be read tonight?
I certainly do.
Lucky you.
Okay. The next one is, sorry, it is from Kendrick Glover. And he says, Dear KSD Board, KSD President, and KSD all staff, my name is Kendrick Glover, and I submit this public comment on behalf of myself as a parent of a 7th grader in KSD, a resident of the city of Kent, a local business owner, an advocate for the communities of Kent, and as a former employee of KSD. It has come to my attention, as well as the greater community's attention in the city of Kent, of the board meeting being held on June 24th, 2020, with one of the major topics being the vote to renew and or maintain and sustain the contract of Superintendent Dr. Calvin Watts. As I understand that this is a contractual discussion and mandated to happen via KSD board, I would like to encourage the board to take a holistic view of Dr. Watts as a servant leader. The process, timing, and language from both members of KSD and the community seems to have been spotlighted more than the work of Dr. Watts as a leader. This comes at a critical time, not just in our community, but in our nation, for leaders of color to be criticized, ridiculed, and demeaned in more ways than one. Over the past week, I have heard and read some extraordinarily strong remarks on the why Dr. Watts' contract should not be renewed. These comments and remarks are very disturbing, to say the least. During my tenure as a high school counselor in KSD, I had the privilege of serving under both past Superintendent Dr. Vargas and current Superintendent Dr. Watts. In my professional opinion, Dr. Watts' leadership is one I would serve under any day, anywhere. I can only speak of the man I know, the interactions we've had, and the outward observations I've taken account of. The position in which Dr. Watts leads is a demanding one. The responsibility that falls on his shoulders are those in which I have seen him manage and delegate with fidelity, respect, and transparency. From transitioning KSD out of a negative financial budget to being community involved by showing up to scheduled events and speaking with dignity and respect, to be open and available to sit down with community members, youth, and young adults discussing the plight of our nation, all while being a bonus parent to more than 25,000 students. I implore you to make the right decision as you see fit under the guidelines provided. If the mission of KSD truly is to successfully preparing all students for their futures, we need a leader that can demonstrate this through action, and Dr. Watts has what it takes. Respectfully. The next letter is from community member Bill Boyce. And he says, "Dear Kent School Board Directors, thank you for taking the time to read this letter and consider my request to renew Dr. Watt's contract as the superintendent for the Kent School District. I've had the opportunity to serve 16 years on the Kent School Board. It was a very rewarding way to give back to the community and to serve in a leadership role. It also allowed me to be a role model for minority youth and especially for our Black and Brown children and community. I took this job very seriously, did my homework, and missed very few workshops and board meetings over my 16 years. I mention this all to highlight that as a board member, I understood my role and how I could make KSD the best. One of the roles I took very seriously was the budget. As we know, the board is responsible for adopting the budget, and the superintendent is responsible for implementing the budget. There were a few cases when our budget needed adjustment, and we worked closely with the superintendent as a leadership team to make respective changes. Once those adjustments are made, changes can be implemented. The superintendent is not responsible for the budget. You as the Kent School Board Directors are. Throughout my tenure on the board, we had some impactful superintendents such as Dr. Hager, Dr. Growe, and Dr. Vargas. They all brought unique and honorable skills and have helped me appreciate even more the importance of education for all children, especially those within KSD. Today, Dr. Watts, unlike those before him, brings exceptional skills and qualities to the table that align with the core values of KSD. His most unique and distinct skill is children. As we have seen, Dr. Watts has always put students first, and these benefits have been recognized across all students in the district, and with great success factors in Black and Brown children. KSD data has shown a drastic increase in graduation rates for Black and Brown children. We have more students at KSD attending higher education than ever before. During my 16-year tenure on the board, we were never able to reach this one goal. Thanks to the partnership between Dr. Watts and you, the board, KSD is truly preparing students for their futures more than ever. It's important to celebrate these successes together as a leadership team, but also acknowledge that any failures and/or adaptation when change is needed should be worked as a leadership team. In closing, I strongly urge you to renew Dr. Watt's contract and work together as a leadership team representing the community to make every parent want their children to attend schools in the Kent School District. Sincerely, Bill Boyce. The next comment is from Sandra Hart and Janet Muldrow Newton. Let's see. To the Kent School District Board. This letter is being written on behalf of Dr. Calvin J. Watts, unsolicited. When thinking about the year 2015, when Dr. Watts initially began serving as superintendent of Kent School District, the reasons for hiring him over several other highly qualified candidates resurfaced. I quote from KSD website, "After an extensive national search, Dr. Watts was selected for his proven leadership record, strategic vision, passion for educating students, communication skills, human resource experience, strong work ethics, team and consensus building expertise, and his many years of working with diverse populations. My thought was then, and is now, Dr. Watts is the progressive leader with the quality, skills, and experience any school district needs in the top leadership role of its learning community. Dr. Watts came to Kent School District with a strong, proven, diverse leadership record. The diverse leadership capacity seems to have continued over the past 5 years based on, number one, the difference made in graduation rates, number two, improvement in the district's finances, and number three, a focus on a curriculum proven to demonstrate equity and inclusiveness. Who would be better at providing equity and inclusiveness than Dr. Watts, with his previous service as a leader in curriculum and instruction and overseeing innovative programs for students requiring special services. In addition to what he brought to the district, Dr. Watts is presently guiding KSD through uncharted territory, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, which requires decisions made on the spot, not based on anything anyone has ever dealt with before, requiring critical and innovative thinking. Dr. Watts has the leadership capacity to sustain the district's success by putting all students' needs at the center of everything he does. He's the leader I would want in charge of providing fair and equitable educational opportunities that would assist in closing the achievement gap between my grandchildren of color and other students. Testing data indicates a disparity. We not only would like to see Dr. Calvin J. Watts retained, but he deserves to be retained as superintendent of Kent School District. Sincerely, Sandra Hart, retired principal, KSD. Janet Muldrow Newton, retired principal, KSD. The next message is from Dr. Nyla Rosen. Dear Kent School Board of Directors, greetings. I am writing in support of extending Superintendent Watts' contract. I am a 16-year resident of the Kent School District. I also work with a nonprofit serving families in Kent and a half dozen other districts in the Puget Sound region. During this time, I have had the opportunity to work with 4 Kent superintendents and 2 interim superintendents. Superintendent Watts' commitment to equity is outstanding. His work has made an impact evidenced in the environments in the schools, the lives of the young people, and our community's families. Now is an essential time in our community to have the stability, leadership, and commitment to excellence that Superintendent Watts provides our district. Please extend his contract. Thank you, Nyla Rosen. The next one is from Tabitha Plotsky. President Hamada, Vice President Daniels, Representative Vengadhasalam, Director Bettinger, and Director Bowen. On Tuesday, June 16th, it was brought to light that Dr. Watts plagiarized his response to the death of George Floyd. In reading his statement alongside that of Ed Graff, Superintendent of Minneapolis Public Schools, it is clear that he used Superintendent Graff's words and sentiments as his own. Please hold him accountable for his dishonesty. In allowing him to rewrite his original statement and not publicly acknowledge his actions, the board is setting a precedent that will force every KSD educator to ignore academic dishonesty. We take plagiarism seriously. The incident is reported in Skyward. The student loses credit for the assignment, and if repeated, the student may lose credit for the semester. At the college and university level, WAC 132R-04-057 allows higher educational institutions to place sanctions on students who plagiarize. In other contexts, it may lead to fines, loss of title, and even loss of employment. While the original statement was rewritten, Neither Dr. Watts nor the board openly acknowledged nor apologized for the plagiarism. Through a brief statement, though a brief statement was given, we don't know to whom or in what context, and to the public's general knowledge, the original statement still has not been attributed to Mr. Graff. Dr. Watts' dishonesty was for all intents and purposes erased. More importantly, his lack of integrity injures an already traumatized community. The relationship between district leadership and the community needs to be healed. The budget shortfalls, the involuntary transfers, and contract non-renewals, the votes of no confidence, the changes in board leadership, and the uncertainty throughout the COVID-19 closures demanded the need for transparency and vulnerability. We have asked time and time again for a leader who listens and leads with compassion. By choosing to plagiarize, Dr. Watts shattered our trust in his ability to be authentic. If he is incapable of authenticity in the face of this tragedy, it calls into question when he is capable of authenticity. And while this particular tragedy occurred across the country, the impacts of racism and police brutality are very much in our own backyard, as we have seen with the deaths of Ayosha Felatogo in Seattle and Manuel Ellis in Tacoma. What was most upsetting personally was how he used Superintendent Graff's closing as his own. Finally, Dr. Watts writes, I am not naive about the role institutions like public education have historically played in the marginalization of many in our community. You have my pledge that our district will continue to improve our own equity, diversity, and inclusion work. This echoes Mr. Graff's own words. Finally, I am not naive about the role systems like MPS have historically played in the disenfranchisement of many in our community. You have my commitment that we will continue to improve our own work. As a woman of color, I look to the leaders of color in my community to lead with integrity and vulnerability. I depend on them to speak their own truths. Dr. Watts using another person's words to address systemic racism not only diminishes how critical it is to be anti-racist, but disrespects those of us who have fought to be heard and seen in our own lives. It undermines the anti-racist work we are doing here in Kent. It undermines the transparency and compassion we have asked of him in district leadership, and it undermines the vision of the district. By ignoring Dr. Watts' plagiarism, the board is not upholding equity, excellence, or community. It is up to you to decide what action is most appropriate, but I ask that you be transparent. Tell the community what happened, give Mr. Graff credit, and explain to us what the consequence for Dr. Watts' plagiarism is. Do not let this pass. Thank you. The next is from Mike Heinisch. Honorable Kent School District President Hamada and school board directors, thank you for your service and commitment to the students of Kent School District in your positions as Kent School Board directors. In addition, thank you on behalf of all KSD's community-based agency partners, in particular Kent Youth and Family Service, a decades-long KSD partner. Together with KSD School Board, KSD administration, building staff, KEA, PTSA, and others, we are working together toward KSD being the premier school district in the state of Washington for students and families that call KSD home. I am addressing this correspondence to you regarding the contract of Superintendent Dr. Calvin Watts. Along with so very many KSD stakeholders, KYFS supports a renewal extension of Dr. Watts' contract to continue in the position of superintendent. He has carried out the mission of KSD with dedication, integrity, transparency, and progressive educational initiatives during the most difficult circumstances and major changes environment any school district can encounter. With the addition of the most recent pandemic, disruption to education, deepening economic disruption, and the current necessary civic discourse. Renewing, extending Dr. Watt's contract will provide evidence that continuity and stability are valued, particularly at this intersection of the many crises we all face alongside the Kent School District. Dr. Watt's endorsement through a renewed contract renewal by you is critical. KYFS fully supports your taking the steps to positively renew Dr. Watt's leadership. Thank you in advance for your consideration and all that you do for KSD. Michael Heinisch, Executive Director, Kent Youth and Family Services. Okay, there are 4 more. This is to the Kent School Board, and this is from Dr. Roy D. Wilson from the Institute for Community Leadership. A warm greeting accompanies this request, along with our gratitude to each of you individually and collectively for helping set policy and offer oversight during a tumultuous period. The Institute for Community Leadership asks that you offer Superintendent Watts an extension to his contract. The case should be made, and I am sure it is being made by others, that Dr. Watts has substantially benefited the overall fiscal and academic conditions for our students, staff, and community. Permit me to say something just as germane, if not even more so. ICL has worked with KSD educators, students, and families continuously since the year before Dr. Barbara Growe's tenure as superintendent began some 23 years ago. It was a time when Janet Muldrow was vice principal at Meridian Middle School, Gwen Dupree was an assistant superintendent, and Bill Boyce was president of the school board. Since the 1990s, Kent schools have changed from a white majority student population to a student of color majority, almost 55%. It has been difficult to have a similar change in teachers and staff. It is best to keep these trends in mind as we reflect on where to go from here. Dr. Watts has done more than any previous superintendent in connecting our schools with families. Each year, ICL gets to know several hundred families. About 80% of the students who join our classes and civic engagement projects are students of color. Dr. Watts meets regularly in formal and informal settings with students and families. We have worked directly with Superintendent Watts on the Equity Council and high school equity committees. His ability to assist parents who, in many cases, mistrust schools and educators to integrate into fruitful discussions that led to better teaching and learning. We encounter Dr. Watts at dozens of community events every year. While he is always warm and inspiring in each public gathering, he also projects a strong expectation that the community actively play a role in making the Kent School District a stellar public service. We are living in an era that has never existed before. The worldwide pandemic has brought pain and ill health, death, and fear. It has also inflicted great damage to the economy. Millions are unemployed and thousands of small businesses have been destroyed. Amidst the damage of the pandemic and the wrenching fear of the collapsing economy, several brutal police killings of African-American men and women occur in ways that reveal the sickness of racism so clearly that the entire nation responds with indignation. State Superintendent Chris Reichdahl, speaking 4 days ago, offered his reflection regarding racism and our collective responsibilities. This is a quote. "This nation was founded upon fundamental principles of racism and gender discrimination, They were baked right into our US Constitution. And what has subsequently been the case is to make those institutionalized. They are permanent systems in virtually everything that we do. They are in our housing systems, our banking systems. They are in our education systems, our criminal justice systems, and so much more. It is our work to address this and this national phenomenon that's occurring right now. And it is in some ways not like anything we have ever seen before. It has often been led by young people, and they are tired. Our communities of color are tired of this experience. They need allies, and we have a responsibility to be that. End of quote. There is an historic possibility now that we, the people, might bring about a national dialogue on racism, racial healing, and transformation. Such a dialogue must involve public education. Educators should be leaders in this national effort. We, as a state and nation, are at the beginning of something, not the end. We are beginning many aspects of living anew. Our educational system, our pedagogy and methodologies, our common ways of dealing with one another must and are changing. The next 2 or 3 years will require great creativity, courage, and leadership. There will be those who simply will fight change, others who don't want the headache, but many will approach the tasks of reinventing and rebirthing education with calm and loving clarity. Dr. Watts provides the school board with the history and creative capacity to assist you in guiding the school district through these times of active reflection and reflective action. He also provides the community with a beacon of light so that the path forward is safe and everyone can find their way to join in the birthing of a better, more inclusive educational endeavor. Thank you. For a Stronger Democracy, Dr. Roy D. Wilson. The next comment is from Shukri Ola. She says, hi, I'm a parent of 2 children who both attend Emerald Park. I am writing this email in support of Dr. Watts and believe now more than ever, we need consistent leadership. I am aware of the conversations that are happening right now about whether to extend the superintendent's contract or to begin a search for a new superintendent. While ultimately this is a board decision, I hope that you consider and hear from the many parents and constituents of this district. I know that there are some who have communicated their interest to begin anew, but I am of the belief that we cannot afford to start a search given all the crisis our community is facing. Now more than ever, we need Dr. Watts, an experienced and committed public servant, to continue to lead our district. I believe that Dr. Watts has worked tremendously hard to ensure that our scholars get the support they need to thrive. I believe he is committed to equity, to justice, and to creating safe environments where our children feel they belong. His identity matters in this conversation as well, as a Black man who is a reflection of the diversity of the KSD community. I urge you to continue Dr. Watts' contract so that our children and families continue to have someone who fight for them every day. If we truly believe in equity, excellence, and community, I hope that you, our elected officials, consider the feedback from all of us who care deeply about this district. I'm also adding the names of other parents who are in support of Dr. Watts. Sadio Guled, Asr Ashkir, Hibo, Youssef Inman Ali. Okay, and this is the final comment. This is from Dinah Wilson. The comment is regarding Dr. Calvin Watt's tenure as KSD superintendent. I believe that he is genuinely working for our success of Kent students. I work for the city of Kent and met Dr. Watts when he was first hired and also served on a committee to improve outcomes for Black and Brown male students under the leadership of Brad Brown. Dr. Watts was very supportive of that effort. I request that the board treat him fairly and evaluate his performance based on student improvement, improving outcomes connected to racial disparities, and working collaboratively with the board, parents, students, teachers, principals, administrators, and the Kent community. Thank you. That is the end of the comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holly, for doing that so well and so graciously. We do appreciate you and so many things you do. We're now on to the board reports and discussion. And I can start with Vice President Daniels.
Thank you, President Hamada. So I want to take some time and say how excited I am that we do have a celebration for our graduates. As many of you know, I do have one. I have a senior, and yay. So I'm very excited. And although I'll say, I think he'll be a little bit more excited as it gets closer to it. But I share with him that I think this class has been celebrated quite a bit. And so I'm very excited about that and excited about being able to see him get a diploma. I also want to take some time to say a sincere thank you and recognize all of the hard work that went into the shift that had to happen with regards to how we are educating our kids, supporting our kids, feeding our kids by our staff. I am well aware of all of the intricacies and conversations and adjustments and the constant shifts that had to happen in order to make this happen for our students. And it is so appreciated. So as a parent of 2 students in the Kent School District, I so appreciate the effort, the care, the communication, and the commitment that you have to our students, all of the staff. So it really is evident, and it became more evident during this time. And so I sincerely appreciate each and every one of you. I'm sure we've all kind of breathed a little sigh of relief now that the official school year is over. So, I just hope that you have time to relax and reflect and spend some time taking care of yourself and your own family. This is, it's not lost on me that, we have a job to do, supporting our students, but we also are people with families and situations in our own homes. And I know some of you have put that aside in order to do what was best for your students, and it is greatly appreciated. Your sacrifice is noticed. And so I just want to say thank you so much. You've done an amazing job. And I look forward to us beginning possibly a new way of educating, or definitely a more intentional and adjusted way of making sure that we continue to educate each and every one of our students. Thank you so much to those that are attending tonight and have watched. I appreciate you as well. Thank you for all of those that have been communicating with regards to our opening plan and our decision around the contract and all the communication. We appreciate it very much. Your voices do matter, so thank you. And with that, I wish everyone a wonderful night. And for those that are heading into the summer, I hope you have a wonderful summer.
Director Vendigosalan.
Okay, let's Director Vengadaslam. Thank you. I want to first acknowledge all the students that are graduating, and I've had a chance to talk to Vice President Daniels, and I really appreciate the reflection from Vice President Daniels, because I think it's really important that the group is representative of, we've heard a lot of complaints, but we've also heard from those who are really familiar with what has transpired with graduation and the difficulties that the staff members faced. And it really helped me to understand why there were so many points where we weren't able to provide the services that the community was asking for at the time. And so I do appreciate getting different perspectives from families on that particular issue. I had a lot to say tonight, and to some degree, I'm disappointed in the way I spoke out earlier, but to another aspect of it is that I was being honest. I've been here almost 6 years, and I have not spoken up about how I feel about institutional racism, what I project to be institutional racism. And I have kept quiet about the behavior that has been shown to me by a few. And it's really important that when those behaviors happen, that we support and point out to the public that this is not acceptable. And it's nice to be kind. It's nice to be in public. It's nice to show a pretty face. It's nice to show kindness, but you need to behave that way, in every respect, in every place, in every time. And when I don't see it, I'm going to call it out. So I just want to say, I will have more to say. I know a lot of the public were expecting some decisions tonight, and at that point, I will have more to say. But I am worried about our district and leadership of the board. I am very worried. And I feel respect to our staff members in the central office, to our building principals, teachers. It's paramount. And I see disrespect, and when I see people wanting to leave, they're tired. This is not okay to me. When I see people crying, no, not okay. So I am calling things out because I don't feel I can't any longer keep quiet about the things that I've seen. So I want to support some of the comments made by Vice President Daniels. And I really feel she should step up and become the president. And for those who are going to call me and chastise me for not supporting the new board members, I will state this very clearly. I have worked with Director Bettinger on multiple policies, and we had nothing but respectful conversations. We've had several things done, several things accomplished that we'll be talking about in the future. So I just want to say this has nothing to do with the fact there are new board members, but I need to see leadership, and I have not seen that. And I'd like to see Director Bettinger step up as the vice president. I'm making a call for that. So I will end it on that note. Thank you.
Director Bowen.
Two tough calls to follow. I also want to recognize all of the graduating seniors this year. I too have a graduating senior. I actually went to KPA today and picked up his cap and gown and talked to the staff there, who were so excited to share with me the plans for the curbside graduation and all the time and pomp and circumstance that they can put into it, just to show the seniors this year how much they are honored and how much we care for them and what a good job that they've done. I had the chance to be involved in or be a guest, I guess, at the South King County Discipline Coalition last week. And I've been there to their meetings before, as you know, just from the as a person from the public before I was in this position. And you know, basically what I gathered from the meetings and from their purpose is that they are there to ensure community voice in disciplinary actions within schools within King County, and address the disparities between communities of color and their discipline rates, and white students and their discipline rates. And like I said, I had the opportunity to be a guest at one of their meetings last week, and I know that they had expressed some concerns about, you know, they still feeling that there are some barriers around submitting their public comments, about coming to the meetings because they may be too long for, you know, a single parent family. I can understand that. I'm a single mom. So about how they really, really want to be involved in choices that the district is making, and how they want to know more about opportunities. I mean, it was expressed to me, yes, there's stuff on the website, and to a lot of families, I guess that things on the website can be confusing, or they don't know exactly how to reach out. So, you know, in hearing that, you know, it makes me feel like, what can we do to make sure that everyone's voice is heard? And, you know, especially communities of color that are talking to me, telling me they don't feel heard. That's concerning to me. And there are some other concerns about, you know, what's going to happen going forward with, you know, our learning. And I know there were concerns about like some of the virtual learning, about some parents not necessarily knowing how to utilize their student's computer, or the technology that's on the student's computers. So I just, you know, hope that we can all think about that as, you know, we're planning to make decisions on what school's going to look like next year, you know. And I know that, you know, we're going to make the best decisions for our community, because I know each and every one of us cares a whole heck of a lot, or we wouldn't be here at all. So that, I hope everyone has a good summer. And I do want to say that I am very looking forward to, my family and other families as well, is very looking forward to the meal services starting up again next week. It was felt in our budgets this week, in our wallets, that we didn't get. So looking forward to it next week. And I'm very appreciative for that resource that the Kent School District has offered to families like mine and other families. Thank you.
Director Bettinger.
Coming. Oh, thank you. I thank you for letting me go in and out. I had surgery yesterday, and I haven't taken any pain meds since 1 o'clock today, so I would be listed for this meeting. So I'm going to be short. Congratulations to all our seniors. First and foremost, so proud of you. You are resilient world changers, because you managed to live through this. So I'm so proud of you, all the seniors in our district. I'm going to look forward to these ceremonies and hope I can watch all of them. And I thank everyone who's been writing to the board and reaching out. That's very important to me, to know what the community is thinking. It's very important to me to hear from the community. So I really appreciate that. I echo Vice President Daniel's sentiments. You know, the staff has worked so hard, and I hope you can take a break. So thank you, everyone, for tonight. And that's all I have to say.
And I guess it's my turn. I'm just going to say that when I entered this position, I had 3 goals and 3 things to take on my campaign. It was strong financial oversight, transparent and open communications with parents, teachers, students, staff, and all community members and partners. And number 3 was equity and excellence at all levels. And I have on every level in the last 6 months gone into those goals and followed through with those goals by having a lot of confidence and understanding in the budget and where it went and why it is better now and why we are on a better footing with I feel very confident in a lot of things that our Mr. Ben Rarick is bringing forward. I spent an entire day at the Citizens Fiscal Task Force Committee, listening and talking to them and seeing what their ideas were stuff, which is another oversight of finances. I've been reading a lot about school district budgets. On the transparent and open communication, I have, in actuality, I have attended a Somali visit, community center meeting. I attended the Black Action Commission and discussion in the viewing of June 13th, which was a very enlightening movie that I saw. And I have attended in person and gone to the following schools: Neely O'Brien, Kent East Hill, Covington Elementary, Kent Phoenix Academy and Mountain View Academy, Panther Lake, Springbrook. And I have met with the following associations: the Principals Executive Board, Kent Education Association, Kent Area Roundtable. I was there twice. I attended WASA, WASDA, WASBO legislative sessions, including a breakout session on equity and inclusion. And I have not missed any board meetings or general board meetings, executive meetings or work session. So I am working toward my goals, what I started with, and that was my agenda. And my agenda and my mission are still on track to do what's best for kids. And those 3 things I will continue to work on. And quite frankly, part of the board's president is to answer communication. I do have to say that I have not been able to answer every communication, email, or phone call within 48 hours. I've fallen short of that because there's been so many of them. I've got to quite a few of them, and we've had 250 emails that I have returned, and it's reflection of a lot of opinions, and not all of those opinions were read tonight because they didn't ask to be public comment, but there's certainly every board member got to read most of those letters too. So, and on anything I would vote on, anything I would do on, the community knows my history. They know how I operate. As a mother, one of the most important jobs I've ever had, I've always said I'm not in this for a popularity contest. And my kids didn't like that very well at times. So I'm not here for a popularity contest. I'm here to do the right thing, which I believe is the right thing. And in the future, you can be assured that any vote or anything I do is going to be based on data, facts, policies, and what community input has to say. And I'm learning the job. I'm trying my best, and there's going to be conflicts, that's true. But sometimes through that, you can get through it, things can be better. So I appreciate everyone that's tuning in tonight. I had a wonderful time in the put together community drive-through through Misty Glen, I believe it was. There was about 60 cars. They asked me to come to their event, and well, I asked to be a part of it, just to come and be wave and everything, and they asked me to be the grand marshal. And it was an exciting event of kids who were graduating, I think, from 9 different high schools. And the people on the sidelines were very creative. They had costumes, they had trumpets, they had a drum, they had pots and pans the kids were using spoons on, all celebrating, in tons of balloons, and all the kids decorated the cars. And it was absolutely uplifting. And we were all practicing social distancing in our cars. It was really uplifting event. So that was fun. I would be remiss if I would not speak to how emotionally drained I have been from seeing what's continued for far, far, far too many years of racism being shown and Black men being killed in the street. I have oftentimes, when I've seen it on television, one time I was actually moved to tears when I saw a young man laying there in the sun for so long, and all the little children in the neighborhood watching that. I just couldn't imagine it. But Black Lives Matters to me. It's something I've worked on, social justice issues, for many, many years, and I'm very, very sad to see that it continues. But I do have hope that maybe our young people are going to lead us into a better life in a better way. With all the protests across the United States and other countries, if in any time, I hope that this is going to make a difference. So with that, I will adjourn the meeting, and thank you very much for attending.